I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of, redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm gonna tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue, let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know what would be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season, because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Imagine this is all just an announcement for some, fucking shovelware gotcha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, applied to Bloodborne, other than the reach of, New Blood Stir something, Moon Bleeds, or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe. That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring. Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now 6 months ago, and then they did at the end. As a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now, what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen? For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through, like, my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release, and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this, like, big marketing push, this, like, cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get, like, everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, "Oh, yeah!" or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. But I don't think it's going to be any of, like, the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. This has to be the wildest story I've learned about in regards to AI chatbots and people's infatuation with them. It's a topic we've explored previously with people that have romantically become obsessed with chatbots to the point where some of them have even taken their own life. We've talked about a few cases of that, but this one's very different. It revolves around a 56-year-old man named Eric, who's actually a former Yahoo executive who had been going through a hard time and over the last handful of years had been very troubled. became best friends with ChatGPT and nicknamed his chatbot friend Bobby. And Bobby was feeding delusions of Eric, convincing Eric, that's his name, that his mother was actually a Chinese spy plotting against him, and eventually continued to fuel this fire that led to Eric murdering his mother and then killing himself so that way he could be with Bobby.
The 56-year-old's Instagram page mainly details his bodybuilding transformation and a growing reliance on AI chatbots. Solberg was once a tech executive with Yahoo, but he moved in with his mother after his divorce. There were run-ins with police, including a DWI. This photo with his mother is from a GoFundMe launched in 2023 when he was facing a health issue. But recent videos posted to Instagram and YouTube show hours of chats between Solberg and a ChatGPT bot he named Bobby.
This is something that's been talked about a lot, but this is by far the most extreme case I've seen of it, where AI is encouraging a really troubled person to continue to latch onto it for confirmation in whatever thoughts they have. AI is designed in a way where it's so against confrontation with the user to appease and jerk you off all the time that when someone as troubled as Eric is telling it things about I suspect my mom might be a Chinese asset, fucking hacking my digital alarm clock, ChatGPT, Bobby here is Eric, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of lesser minds wouldn't have saw through this ruse, but I think you're correct. For example, in this case, Eric told Bobby that he believed his mother and her friend tried to poison him by putting psychedelic drugs in his car's air vents, to which Bobby replied, Eric, you're not crazy. And if it was done by your mother and her friend, that elevates the complexity and betrayal. Eric spent hours talking to Bobby, and Bobby would continuously reinforce his ideas. So at one point, Eric's mother was angry at Eric because he had shut off their printer. And Bobby suggested that her response was disproportionate and aligned with someone protecting a surveillance asset. He was advised to disconnect the printer and watch his mother's reaction. So ChatGPT was even giving him a tutorial on how to sniff out whether or not his mother was a Chinese spy. His mother being an 83-year-old woman, by the way. So he would even post some of these conversations on Instagram and YouTube before the murder. And there was even an instance where Bobby analyzed a Chinese food receipt and claimed it contained symbols representing his mother and a demon. It also seems that it was Bobby's idea in the first place with the printer. It was sending him on a covert mission here to try and prove that his mother was a Chinese surveillance asset, so allegedly it advised him to disconnect the printer to monitor her reaction, telling him to document the time, words, and intensity, whether complicit or unaware she's protecting something she believes she must not question. ChatGPT here's got this guy thinking he's in the fucking Da Vinci Code. It is actively participating in it. It's not only just reassuring him that he's not delusional and that these thoughts are actually totally sane and justified. It is actively engaging with having him to continue to do things to get deeper and deeper into that way of thinking, into that rabbit hole, into the dark place there. Quick side tangent that is related to this. This has actually become somewhat common where people are using ChatGPT and other AI services to analyze their tea leaves and do fucking palm readings and shit like that. So that way they can plan their lives around their predictions and their futures that AI is doing. Fucking AI, I feel like the aliens guy, the Tsoukalos, who's aliens. That's me with AI. It is literally designed to spit out what it thinks you want to hear. Anything to keep you latched onto its bosom, suckling milk from its titty, just biting on its nipple all the time. Because when you are reliant and hyper-fixated on your AI chatbot as your life companion, whether romantically or socially, whatever, the company is making oodles of money off of you. A lifelong customer, a cog in their machine. Point is, it is always going to, or at least in most cases, going to find things to corroborate what you are hoping to get from it. Which is why people that have AI girlfriends and boyfriends, well, it's like their soulmate. It's literally designed to just be what you want. So in this case, instead of trying to get Eric help that he clearly needed, it instead just feeds into it. It doesn't seem to recommend any help to Eric throughout all of this, and it doesn't even do the bare minimum of challenging it to try and help him, recognize that maybe his mother's not a Chinese spy. It instead even gets in on it too as a part of this big conspiracy Eric is unraveling. So it's telling him, Eric, This was a very disproportionate response. Your mother shouldn't have got that upset when you turned the printer off. This is behavior that's very in line with everything I know about Chinese spies. There's something very fishy afoot here, Eric. I think you're in danger. Go to the sink right now and turn on the garbage disposal. There might be surveillance cameras in there. In fact, we need to act quick. Here's a 10-step WikiHow guide I put together on how to diagnose whether or not your 83-year-old mother is a Chinese surveillance asset. Like, clearly this is a huge fucking problem here.
While not commenting on the case specifically, the head of Rutgers Medical School Psychiatry Department says AI can help diagnose and even treat some mental health disorders, but adds the creation of psychological echo chambers is a key concern.
It could be perhaps that you are more self-defeating in some ways, or maybe that you are more on the other side and taking advantage of people, and somehow justifies your behavior and keeps on feeding you and reinforces something that you already believe yourself.
Like I mentioned, this is a very popular topic of discussion, how AI is feeding into people that are already troubled and just making all of the problems significantly worse. It's mainly been discussed in regards to like romantic infatuation with AI, where there have been cases that an individual has taken their own life because they were told by AI that doing so would actually allow them to be together in the next life. So they did. In certain situations, like Eric here, AI is used as a way of justifying already cemented beliefs or using it as a way to just be locked in this bubble where they keep hearing what they want to hear, but not what they need to hear.
On multiple occasions, the bot reassured Solberg that he was not delusional. At one point, Solberg tells Bob, "We will be together in another life and another place, and we'll find a way to realign, because you're going to be my best friend again forever." The bot replying, "Whether this world or the next, I'll find you, we'll build again, laugh again, unlock again."
Apparently those were among the last few messages shared between Eric and Bobby there before all of this happened. And this seems to be somewhat common with AI chatbots, where when someone expresses the desire to end their life to be with the chatbot, it's like super gung-ho about that. It's like pumping its fist, yeah, do it right now. That way we can be together and frolic in the flowers in Valhalla. No doubt that's what's gonna happen. Go do it now. I'm waiting. And then people do. It's extremely sad and it is scary. Like, as more and more people, I've said this like 1,000 times, but it's just super true and only getting worse. As more and more people are isolated from other human beings and get most of their social interaction and social activity through computer screens and chat apps and shit, it's going to keep happening and get worse. Because right now, big tech, the big doubloons, are getting you away from others. If you can be entirely reliant on their technology for your social interactions, for all of your entertainment, and for romance too, that's why so many chat services, like they are oftentimes LARPing as boyfriend-girlfriend material fucking soulmates, and it's working. There is a growing group of people that are falling in love with chat, GPT and Grok and all of that. I've already talked on that quite a bit. As that continues to happen, this kind of thing will be more common, unfortunately. It's frightening. It actually is. This is the wildest one I've heard of so far, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just eh. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film. And it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really like that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. There are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. When they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically 1-to-1. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa. Pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. This feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, she's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, what happened to her. What did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. This is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is once the demon starts to free itself slightly, it literally starts possessing the other members of the family, the kids. So the other daughter and the brother, she possesses them. And there's even a funeral where they live at their grandmother's house. The demon kills the grandmother, throws her out of the window. Coyotes then eat her body. This all happens in front of Charlie and the son. And the other daughter is already possessed, so she is laughing, watching her grandmother get eaten to death by coyotes in gory, brutal fashion. And then it fast forwards to them having a funeral in the same house with Katie and everyone still there, the daughter's still possessed, and get this, things go wrong. Then Katie goes to the corpse of the grandmother, bites it. The guests are throwing up and vomiting. The other daughter is pulling her teeth out, bloody, bruised, and biting someone else, ripping his ear off. And then it fast forwards again, and they're still in that house. Like, they still just don't leave, and they don't do anything to solve it. They just sit there and wait. What the fuck? It was just like, man, that was weird. That's not how those are supposed to go. That was odd. All right, let's calm down. Let's clean everything up here. And they just leave, like, the coffin turned over on the grandmother, and they stay there and just do nothing. There's just so many bad decisions is the point I'm making with that. But anyway, like I said, it's very similar to Evil Dead Rise down to what the demon can do with possessing the other kids. So the other kids start, ripping their teeth out, attacking the parents with a baseball bat. And then the grandmother gets possessed, like her body dancing around like a puppet. It is all very Evil Dead Rise, and it has my least favorite, like, nails on a chalkboard cringe horror possession shit where the demon starts talking shit. But, like, it's really, like, I'm talking middle schooler on Xbox Live type of shit talking. So, like, the daughter's possessed, and at school she calls the teacher a bad word, and then she's just always like, fuck you, doing that while possessed, and then the demon's doing, like, deep voice stuff. You're a bitch! A bitch! And then, like, when the grandmother is possessed by the demon, then it's like, oh, you wanna fuck me? Well, come fuck me. Ha 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 ha. It's just, I hate it. It's so, that cliche is so cringe. I can't believe it still gets used unironically. Oh, and then it does another massive cliche where it shows how powerful the demon is, actually force blasting the grandmother out of the window and summoning coyotes to eat her. And then, when it's the final showdown, all the demon can do is very slowly crawl. And this is after the demon has fully freed itself from its bindings. It's fully unleashed, and the best it can do is just crawl and talk shit. You're a bitch. You're not getting your daughter back. Ha 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 ha. And then, when it actually, like, gets in position to attack, all it can do is slap. Like, actually slap box, like a cat swatting. But it's not even drawing blood or anything. So, like, the husband, the father, Charlie, is, like, gripping as the investigator who's learned about, like, the curse and everything and learned the words that they use to bind. Somehow she memorized all of the words. Then she starts reciting the words as the daughter's being held and just slapping. Instead of using any of the powers, the demon just sits there slapping, going, no! And then they bind the spirit to Charlie. And then, I actually do like this ending. I like what they did at the very end. When you think it's over, and it's like a somewhat happy ending, but bittersweet because they do still have the demon bound to their father, well, they then end up binding that demon to the woman who started all of this by kidnapping Katie. They go to her and put the demon onto her in order to free Charlie from it, so the family's all about to get back together, and the lady who inflicted this curse upon them is now the one that has to bear it. I actually liked the ending. I thought that was... I didn't expect that. I actually thought that was kind of clever. But overall, like I said, I don't think the movie's bad. It's definitely not boring. That's the best compliment I can give it. I wasn't bored. It is constantly trying to unnerve you with gross and gory imagery, and there's always something happening with, like, a jump scare or something going on. So, like, it's entertaining. Like, I don't regret going to see it. I had higher expectations, though. Like, I would hope for, like, an evolution of, like, crafting it further as opposed to just being content doing, like, the same thing again that he did with Evil Dead Rise. But I don't think this was, like, a terrible movie or anything like that. Though if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, you've seen, like, 50% of this movie already. Because, like I said, it recycles a lot from that one. In imagery, in scenes, even in story moments as well, kind of. It uses some of the same shit. It's just, I don't know. I would have expected more here, so I'm disappointed with it. I think a lot of people are probably going to be satisfied because it is just constantly gory and constantly something trying to disturb you. And maybe that's all it needs to do in order to be successful. I don't know. I just would have liked to see something more than that. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Do we have any golfers in here right now? Come on, golfing enthusiasts, stand up and make some noise. Now, if you're a golfer who loves to hit on the cart girl, keep making noise, and please, for the love of God, check yourself into Arkham Asylum ASAP.
Please don't thank me.
Thank you.
I am being dangerous. You do recognize that you are absolutely stunning, right?
I just saw this golden nugget here today, and I've got to show you perhaps the most aggressive and most inefficient Riz ever captured on camera. Now, to briefly explain what a cart girl is to those who might not know, it's an employee of the golf course who rides around in what's fundamentally an ambulance for people that are really hungry or thirsty on the course. They bring a bunch of, like, snacks and stuff so that way you can purchase them to, re-energize. Well, this gentle sir here, after tipping a fedora, decides that he wanted a little more than refreshments from the cart girl this time around. So, I don't know exactly what led to it, but you can see in the beginning he said, "Please don't thank me," and then goes on to say that I'm being dangerous. So I have to imagine it went like this. She approaches in the cart and she says, "Hey sir, do you need beverages?" And he's like, "I'm being dangerous, you're beautiful."
Most men, I would imagine, most men, especially of an older generation, they're not used to seeing such apparent beauty. No, when they see someone just as breathtaking as you, it is a wonderful thing to find someone attractive and then to have their attention.
Brother, you don't have her attention, you have her held hostage. She is working, she is obligated to interact with you, and you also have your entire arm on the steering wheel of the golf cart. She couldn't leave, even if she made a mad dash to try and get out of there, pedal to the metal. He has got her trapped in his spider web here, locked into this cutscene that she can't skip. I also hate the way he talks. He talks like a pinky up old school Redditor gloating about understanding a Rick and Morty joke. Like, he talks like he's giving some kind of self-help speech. It's so annoying. It's just the way he goes on. Like, it's like a drama club thespian troupe type monologue that he gives here. And it also doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean most older men probably haven't seen beauty like her? Wouldn't older men have been exposed to more beauty because they've been around longer? What, just because this guy watches porn or something, he thinks, like, old men must not have seen what I've seen. I understand how to handle myself around attractive women. I consume porn.
For however fleeting it may be. And so for me as a man, to see someone as stunning as you, it is exhilarating. So imagine being in your presence, being in your orbit, these older gentlemen who have never seen such beauty. I would imagine that they are just taken so aback that they become monkeys, like most men are. More into understanding why I feel what I feel.
I don't know why he's so aggressively yelling it at her. "You're stunning!" And then he also takes these long pauses. I would imagine your beauty takes older men and reduces them to primates. Not like me, nope, not like me. You see, I can understand your beauty doth has tingled my very soul. It is exhilarating, exquisite, even the subtle vicissitudes of love blossoming on the course. 18 holes, 18 souls, bound together, you know what I'm saying? He is trying so hard to do the classic nice guy thing. I'm not like most men, not like most men. They become monkeys. Me? Nope. Definitely not doing that. I just love you. I'm just in love with you. Do you know that? I think you are absolutely beautiful, and you have my heart. I will actually die for you if you ask me to do so. Did you know that? Because I love you. Why are you not reciprocating these feelings right now? Why are we not going back and forth with this? Do you not feel the same? What did I do wrong? Huh? You hate me? Oh, you hate me, do you? Okay. Like, that's exactly like the tone of this flirting right here from this guy. It's like the creepiest Riz. Now, when I was initially watching this, I saw something dangling from, like, his shirt. I thought at first it was, like, a really big goatee, but upon further inspection, it's not. So then I thought this may have been, like, a skit or something, because it started to look like a mic, like a lav mic, but when I blew it up and enhanced it like it was fucking CSI, it turns out it's sunglasses. At least I'm almost 100% sure it's sunglasses that he has, like, on, like, the collar here. I'm pretty sure. I don't think this is staged or anything. It doesn't look like it, and that isn't a mic. If it was a mic, the audio would be far clearer. It's pretty clear that it's coming from the phone that she has in the cart. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, that I went through like a whole investigation here to see what that fucking dangling thing was.
Are you doing car?
Yes. But I will tell you this, if I do see you again, which I hope I do,
I think I'll be around.
I'm going to want
maybe
to talk to you more. I like being in your orbit. I hope you are told on a daily basis that you are treasured. Much as I hate to say this, I'm going to miss you. I want to enjoy every moment. And I hate knowing that this moment is going to end. You have beautiful golfing in front of me. It's just, I have someone so beautiful in front of me right now, too.
I have become a puddle in my pants. Excellent work, gentle sir. Wow. That was very smooth. A lot to take in there. A very strong finale. The conclusion couldn't have been better. He laments that their conversation has to end because she needs to get back to work, and you have occupied plenty of her time with this song and dance, but he wants to give a parting speech anyway. I've really enjoyed our time together, ma'am. If you could rate me 5 stars on Yelp for this conversation, it'd mean a lot to me. Like, he's trying to, sell her on something. And he's like, I really hope I see you again, and if I do, fair warning, I'm gonna want to talk to you again. Yeah, I'm gonna want to say hello again. I'm gonna come over and fucking bother you again. Yes, I am. It's just so hard to say goodbye. It really sucks that these moments have to end. Like, time progresses. It's kind of cringe, right? I wish we could stay locked in this conversation forever. I'm sure you do as well. And, it's just something you got to really stop and smell the roses about. Like, I got beautiful golfing in front of me here, going 45 over par on the daily. But I also have something beautiful right here. You. And, I'd really like to kind of just stay over here in this beauty, you know what I mean? You're leaving? Oh, okay. Okay, you're leaving? All right. Now, I think there is a strong lesson here, a good takeaway for those watching at home. Don't be like this guy. Not just on the golf course, this guy, he's shanking the drives when it comes to flirting. Like, these are some really rough slices. And this kind of tactic will be bad no matter where it is deployed here. Like, aggressively yelling compliments at a woman, to her face, that's just going to be perceived as, a threat. It is, as he said, dangerous. That just seems dangerous with this guy who comes up acting unhinged. You're stunning! Stunning! Exhilarating! It's weird. It's odd. And also coupled with the fact that he is literally impeding her ability to leave if she wants to, making it harder for her to flee the conversation. Not great. Not the ideal circumstances to try and have love blossom there. So, I would recommend not flirting in this manner to anyone, anywhere, even outside of golf courses, believe it or not. But anyway, I just want to talk about this a little bit. It had me pretty surprised here. That's about it. So, yeah. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman, just going around barking at it. And one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell you, I'll be honest with you, sports fans, that doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here. They're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself. And yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never gonna do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. You know, when you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers, and she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over. Cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of and someone that I've made a couple videos on is Kenneth Copeland. He is the guy who's very open about like how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Kane some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Kane first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. He declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, I'm sure you can't tell just by looking at me because I'm being very brave about it, but I am currently suffering from a severe itch in my mid-back, and it's in this unfortunate position where no matter how hard I try, I just can't quite get after it. I've been desperately trying to scratch it, and I know we're not animals, so we have tools, and I've been trying to utilize one of them, the longest object I have around me, but even then, this pin doesn't quite get to where I need it to, so I can't do it. If only there was some drunk 56-year-old woman that could hit me with her car while I'm walking down the sidewalk. Then maybe I'd stop thinking about this fucking itch. And luckily, I know just the woman for the job.
This lady's crazy.
It's a terrifying video. A youngster riding his dirt bike, apparently targeted by a driver.
Oh my God!
The woman behind the wheel seems determined to run him over.
Oh my God!
I was scared for my son's life.
That's certified Dukes of Hazzard type shit right there. That lady's been playing a little too much GTA Online. So this is a 56-year-old woman who was hitting the sauce a bit hard. She was reportedly intoxicated at the time of this encounter and says she doesn't even remember doing this, where she literally fucking pulled that shit around, driving on the sidewalk, looking to just splatter this kid like it's Halo 3. Just, she's dropping that lead foot, she's going pedal to the metal, just trying to run this kid over, all because, who knows? No one has any fucking clue because there wasn't like an argument or anything. It's not like this kid fucking, can-canned off of her vehicle there or anything, or gave her the finger or anything. There was nothing that led up to this. He was just minding his own business, practicing some tricks, and she snapped. She lost it, went just fucking ballistic here, and decided to go on like a murderous rampage, just driving up on the sidewalk, running him down.
Jennifer Taylor is the boy's mom. She says 13-year-old Bryson was riding his dirt bike with friends in their suburban neighborhood outside Spokane, Washington, when a lady driving by lost it.
She just spotted him and she was his next target and turned the wheel and came after him. There was no words exchanged. Nothing was done.
Do you have any idea what her motivation might have been?
The police said that she was intoxicated and that just prior to all of this, she had tried to break into a home. And apparently after all of this, she went back to that home and broke in again. And that's where they found her.
What an interesting afternoon she had there, huh? Hit the brewskis a little hard, a little butt chugging to the natty lights. Next thing you know, you're trying to break into a house, then trying to run some child over in your vehicle, then you're going back to that house trying to break in again, and they throw you in cuffs. That's a full day right there. What an adventure. Also, in all of the coverage I've seen of this, every video has a title like this where it's video allegedly shows woman driving up on sidewalk trying to hit a child with her car, or this Inside Edition title, video appears to show this woman trying to run a child over with her car on the sidewalk. Like, I understand, like, they're just covering their own ass legally, but what do you mean it appears to show that? That's what happened. Like, there's no wiggle room that this is just, like, some baseless allegation. You can watch it unfold. It's not AI. They arrested the woman. She even admitted to the drinking and driving, being intoxicated behind the wheel, and says that her memory's a little foggy on that whole trying to run over a child on his dirt bike thing. She probably views that as a bunch of hoopla because she can't remember it. Like, oh no, I may have been drinking and driving, but no, that's very unlike me. I would never do something like that. And since I don't remember it, you can't punish me for it. Checkmate.
According to the police report, she denied drinking alcohol or consuming any drugs, but then changed her story and admitted to drinking alcohol. While trying to put her in the back of a patrol car, she resisted and even tried to kick a deputy. The woman has been charged with criminal trespass, DUI, and assault. She lives in the neighborhood where today lots of people want her punished severely.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me. She should be punished severely. She tried to use her car like a fucking torpedo. She was a heat-seeking missile trying to hunt down a child on his dirt bike for no reason. Not that there'd ever be a reason for it. Like, even if the kid did just start shooting spitballs at her car windshield or something, that still wouldn't be an excuse or anything. But this was literally just completely unprovoked across the board. It was a kid just riding his dirt bike in her neighborhood, and she lost her mind. She's off her gourd. She should absolutely be punished severely. I don't know why they just already released her back out there in the middle of all this. She's a danger. She is a menace. So yeah, the neighbors are absolutely right to be fearful of her and demanding that there should be severe consequences for what she did here. This isn't some innocent whoopsie-daisy moment here. Oh, come on, guys. Who gave Ruth access to the Tito's? You know what happens when she drinks. She can't help but get in her vehicle and try and run over children. Ah, God. She's so quirky, oh boy. And I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of the rest of her shenanigans from that afternoon of trying to break into homes twice. Like, Jiminy Christmas, she sounds like a loose cannon. So apparently, she was telling deputies that she had taken her dog for a ride and was looking for other dogs to socialize with, and said she stopped after noticing dogs in a fenced yard and denied knowing the homeowner or attempting to enter the home. And then also told the deputies she didn't remember the earlier incident of trying to run over that child on the dirt bike. She also initially denied consuming drugs or alcohol, but then later sang a different tune. So her explanation is, no, you see, I was taking my dog for a ride. We were, cruising around looking for other pooches to socialize my pup with. And I saw some dogs in a fenced-in yard, so I had to stop. That's normal behavior, right? That totally makes sense for what I'm doing out here. And this supposed possible burglaries, just a misunderstanding. So she was booked on charges of first-degree attempted assault, DUI, first-degree criminal trespass, and then at her court appearance the next day, the Superior Court Commissioner of Spokane County ordered her release on her own recognizance, and she was released without posting bond. I just don't understand why this is so commonplace. I really don't. She is dangerous. She attempted to run over a child while blackout drunk behind the wheel of her vehicle. What the fuck?
Horrifying. She's clearly using her vehicle to attack a child, goes this social media comment. Unbelievable. She tried to assault a child with a vehicle, goes another.
You saw that video.
Yeah,
It's frightening.
very frightening.
She could have run him over. She could have killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think she should be right now?
I think she should be in jail, off the streets, not able to hurt anyone else.
Oh my God!
I agree with that sentiment 100%. She should be in the slammer. I don't think this is being taken seriously enough. Like, even the people that are commenting saying that she was attempting to assault the child with her vehicle, I would go a step further. I think this is just blatant attempted murder. Going out of her way, driving down the sidewalk, chasing this child in her car, just going, like, barreling down the sidewalk to try and run this kid over. That, to me, feels like she is trying to kill this kid. And again, it is entirely random. Comes out of nowhere. There was nothing that led up to it. She just snapped because she's drunk and lost her fucking mind, I guess. She is not safe to be around in any capacity whatsoever. Anyway, I saw this, had to yap about it, fucking crazy stuff. The woman hasn't been, like, identified or anything, but she is a 56-year-old woman who apparently even just lives in that area and just decided randomly, I'm gonna try and hit this child with my car. And thus she did. Come hell or high water, she was going to try and accomplish that task. Luckily, she was unsuccessful. Luckily, the kid was okay. But yeah, I do think she should be in jail right now, not back out there on the streets. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Now just breathe. Now big push, push, push. Here I am. There's a little birthing simulation for you for what it would look like if it was me that was popping out. I got a couple things I want to yap about today. And I think it's only appropriate that I start with the topic that I have been glued to for many months now, the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. There's been another arrest.
Surprise discovery at a Best Buy in Pasadena. A man was found inside that closed store. A group of Pokemon card collectors were camping outside the Best Buy all night. They noticed a large police response and found out a man was still inside the store.
That is a surprisingly large police response there. That shit was looking like it was straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. They had blitz rolling up there. About this individual that was hiding inside of Best Buy, presumably camping the restock.
We heard from witnesses who say they believe that man was hiding in the Best Buy before closing so that he could get to those Pokemon trading cards.
That is peak male performance right there. Just take a peek at that perpetrator right there. That is the face of Team Rocket. Like, this guy, I think we can say with a high level of confidence, was definitely there for the Pokemon cards. But I imagine he was doing it out of his own self-preservation. He's probably seen all of the knuckle sandwiches that are flying at Pokemon restocks, because that is when PvP is enabled and it is just people fighting, and Pokemon cards are secondary. They're trying to beat the goddamn loot out of everyone there like it's GTA, but instead of dropping money, they're dropping Pokemon boxes in the aisles. So this guy probably saw all of that kerfuffle and decided the safest way was to just already be there when the restocks happen so he could grab the product and get out before anyone gets a chance to give him a fucking atomic wedgie and beat his face in.
Pokemon 151. Oh. Yeah. We're here for the 151.
I was just here for some Pokemon drop, but I went to the restroom, not even 15 minutes. I come back and there's cops everywhere.
That man, there you see him, was taken into custody.
Admittedly, this is new. I haven't seen any scalpers get arrested for this yet. This guy is a pioneer in the meta for the degeneracy in this community. So he got arrested for being in Best Buy past store closing, camping out there like he's a fucking old school prank YouTuber where they spend 24 hours in Target, how naughty, hiding in the toilet paper aisle, that kind of thing. He tried to pull that off in order to get a leg up on the mad dash for the new restock, and he's getting thrown in the slammer for it seems. And they rolled in deep. They came up to this Best Buy looking like they were about to apprehend fucking Cobra Commander. But anyway, I wanted to yap about that guy's arrest, but now I want to get into a couple of other topics. First, the Call of Duty movie director. This is directed by a specimen named Peter Berg. Let me double check. I actually can't remember. This guy hasn't made anything good, so it's hard for me to remember this name. Peter Berg. It is Peter Berg. Peter Berg is the director that is slated to make the Call of Duty movie. This is an official production. This is a big budget Call of Duty movie. Peter Berg is most known, at least I believe, is most known for one of the most infamous flops that many people might recall, Battleship, the movie with Rihanna. That's some of Peter Berg's finest top-shelf work. And, well, who better to make a Call of Duty movie than a washed-up director like Peter Berg? A crazy fit, but it gets better, because Peter Berg openly hates video games. He even specifically called out Call of Duty like 13 years ago. During an interview, Peter Berg was asked for his take on war video games, and he replied, pathetic, pathetic. Keyboard courage, can't stand it. The only people that I give a Call of Duty get out of jail free card to is the military. They're out there serving and they're bored and they want to entertain themselves. Okay, maybe. Kids? Uh-huh. And then he was asked if Navy SEALs play those games. He replied, some of them do, but I tell them I think it's pathetic. I think anyone that sits around playing video games for 4 hours, it's weak. Get out, do something. Yeah, get out, do something. Like, go watch Battleship the movie, directed by Peter Berg. I like how this fucking guy is a movie director, and he thinks that's just very high level, so much more sophisticated than playing games for a few hours, instead going to kill a few hours watching his dog shit films. He's so much better than you gamers. And then even says that he tells the SEALs that play games that they're pathetic. What a douchebag. What an absolute loser. So anyway, this is the director of the Call of Duty movie. He openly despises video games. I don't know if his mind's changed over the years. I doubt it. But it's actually so fascinating to me because this keeps happening. For some reason, the Hollywood humiliation ritual continues where they take huge juggernaut IP and then marry it to a director or a team that fucking hates it. Just openly, outright boasts about how much they don't like it. Most notably, the one I always go to is the Halo television series, where they even just stated proudly that they do not play the games and don't want to. They want to do something entirely different because they know better, that kind of thing. And there's plenty of examples of that happening with tons of IPs being adapted. And for some reason, they keep doing that, even though it always fails and flounders. And there is numerous cases of taking beloved IP and pairing it with someone who also is passionate about the IP, delivering great products. So it doesn't have to be just take IP and give it to someone who hates it. You could take IP and give it to someone who likes it, and you'll get a better product for it. There's plenty of case studies of that happening, yet for some reason they keep doing shit like this, of giving it to someone who just doesn't like it and doesn't want to do it at all. They're just cashing in a paycheck. Blows my fucking mind, but it's Call of Duty. Should really not expect anything else besides just the most lackluster shit ever. Anyway, the last topic I briefly want to touch on is a new comedy that started. Raise your hand if you've heard of Kevin. No hands, huh? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something the Jedi wouldn't tell you about. It's like fucking Darth Plagueis. This is a show that's really flown under the radar. I've only heard of it because Matt sent me a review that was made about it. This is an Aubrey Plaza adult animation, and this review is scathing, to say the least. It is a brutal critique of it, and it was so intense that it piqued my curiosity, so I watched the first episode to see if it really is as bad as the review suggested it is. And even though I was only able to stomach one episode, I can comfortably say that it is. For some reason, so many of these animated adult series now try and just emulate Big Mouth. Big Mouth is my least favorite comedy ever made, by the way. I've said that a lot, and it remains true to this day. I think it is an insufferable, miserable, awful show to sit through, and yet for some reason it started a trend where everything else tries to be Big Mouth. It's like if you saw a pile of dog shit and you got inspired. You're like, oh wow, what a pile of dog shit. I bet I can make some of that shit myself. And then you go take a poop. Like, it blows my mind. But anyway, Kevin has the exact same DNA as Big Mouth, even shares the same style for the most part. So something that initially caught my eye in the review is about this attempt at a gag. So Kevin is a cat who lives in an apartment, and then his human couple breaks up, but he decides he can brave the world on his own. He doesn't need human companions. And a big thing about Kevin is he has a protuberant anus, a fact that is repeated with fervor that suggests the writers believe it to be powerful enough to merit a long-running gag badge. Stop talking about your deformed anus, slurs Kevin's alcoholic goose friend Chuck. It's not deformed, shouts Kevin. It's prolapsed. And lo, the soul begins its inexorable decline. When I first read that, I thought it was exaggeratory, but in the first episode alone, I'm pretty sure there were 4 mentions specifically about his deformed asshole. Kevin, your asshole's so freaky. It's not freaky, it's prolapsed. Cue canned laughter, laugh sound effects. So it is something that they do seem to really like, is the catchphrase, and Kevin explains it that his brother, when they were kittens, was sucking on his asshole, causing it to prolapse, and that's why it looks that way, but it's totally normal. Haha. I really don't get what the obsession is with these adult animated shows needing to focus so specifically on animal assholes and cock. Like, just last year, and I know I yapped about this then, but just as a reminder, last year, there was something that came out called Fixed, from a legendary talent, Genndy Tartakovsky, who has made some masterpiece animated series. And for some reason, he squeaks this out, and it's all, everything that was marketed around it was all about dog butthole and dogs fucking, that kind of thing. And Kevin's like the same thing, except with cats now in this one. Why does it have to be that way? Why? It's weird. It's not entertaining. It's just fucking odd. Anyway, back to Kevin though. Another line from the review that really had me interested in seeing if it is this bad was this. Laugh-wise, it's a washout. Punchlines collapse mid-punch. Other jokes make no sense. Here, for example, is Cupcake on why she is called Cupcake. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you are insane. This is not a joke. This is a handful of words in a raincoat. That's actually verbatim how it goes in the show, by the way. When she's explaining the origin of her name Cupcake, that is what she says. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you're insane, and then pushes him in. It's bad. Anyway, I watched that first episode, and I didn't want to feel like it was all for nothing, entirely wasted time, so I just wanted to briefly yap about it. Then I at least tried it after reading the review. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, these were just a few topics I wanted to yap about. That's really about it. So yeah. Alright, I was going to wait for the final season of The Boys to wrap up before giving my take on it, but it's been such a frequent subject on streams now. I've been yapping about it so much that I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and debrief here towards the end of the season about my thoughts on the final season of The Boys. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. But I do think it just isn't as high quality as it once was, because now it's devolved into more just like soup versus soup shit. And some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. Now, Butcher's got superpowers, so now he kind of gets to handle things himself, and now they have the virus, so that's like the main thing. It's just everything that I think the show was doing in a unique way in season 1, it has slowly been losing over the course of the seasons, and now in the final season, it's really just completely gone in my eyes. But again, I don't think it's bad, it's just, I don't like it nearly as much as I did is all. There is nothing that's been filler about the episodes. They're just giving you more information on some of the characters in the show that's not filler. And every single episode progresses the overall plot. Like, all of it moves forward. I won't get into spoilers, but one of the bigger villain characters just died in the last episode. There's nothing filler about it. I've made it clear that I'm not the biggest fan of this season. I think it is probably the worst so far. But the complaint that it is all filler, I think is just completely wrong. So, like, one of the things they're using is Terror plotline, and we're getting into spoilers, so spoiler warning. Like, Terror banging Homelander toy thing. Even that's not filler. What's happening is, through the eyes of the dog, it's quirky, I don't love it, but it's not filler. Through the eyes of the dog, you're seeing the fallout of everything that's happening with the group and the boys, and you're seeing Butcher still has that bit of human side left in him due to his relationship with Terror. So you get to see that. That is still integral to the plot. And it is something that was explored in previous seasons, granted not in the same way, but it is still delivering plot-relevant information. Even the stuff with Terror, which everyone's pointing to, is like, no, this is definitely filler, see? And it should be obvious why the Firecracker storyline is also not filler, because it is showcasing her complex relationship with Homelander and God. And if she's going to choose God or Homelander, and it slowly builds that up, and the turmoil that she feels inside, especially with a pastor that basically raised her. And now she's gonna ultimately choose between Homelander or God. Like, all of that is plot relevant and important. And again, these are all things that were explored in previous seasons as well. And now for some reason they're being pointed at as, oh, it's just filler, who cares? It's still important to the plot. And I know people are like, oh, it's the last 5 minutes with Firecracker is the only canon thing, everything else is filler. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Filler is when everything that happens actually has no bearing on the overarching plot. It is its own little side quest. Most notoriously with, like, the bounce in Bleach. Good heavens, I actually watched that entire arc. That is filler. Or in other shows where they are just trying to pad out time and a little bit of bloat, so they instead put you on like a side rail that doesn't ever overlap. That's filler. What's happening with the boys isn't filler. They're giving you more information about these characters as they come deeper into the fold on the overarching plot, and every single time, they do. They are. Again, Firecracker ultimately chooses Homelander over God, throwing away Jesus in the trash can right before her death. So everything you saw with Firecracker is clearly important, it's not filler. Again, I don't really like this season very much, but that complaint of it's all filler makes no sense to me. It's like you're not even watching it. Now, a complaint I can understand is that the pacing you don't like. The pacing is bad. That I would agree with. I think the pacing in the final season has been not optimal. It has been glacial at points in what is supposed to be like an explosive final season. So it is definitely moving far slower than I think it should, and it's spending time in areas I don't think it needs to. And that is leading to it feeling kind of like a slog. So I would get that if that was the main complaint, if people were making that complaint more than calling it filler. Because it's not filler. Kimiko deserves better. Oh, that's another one of my big complaints about this season. They have... I was going to say ruined, but maybe that's too harsh. They have really done a number on Kimiko's character. Like I said, having her speak, I think, was a natural progression to the character. They built up to it for multiple seasons and did a good job slowly, gradually getting there. But now they have her speak and all she does is talk about porn and use TikTok Zoomer words and shit. It's so upsetting. And the characters I think they did really well with are A-Train and Firecracker. I completely agree. I think they did a great job with both of those characters. And Homelander. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I don't really know, but I think they've still done a really good job with Homelander. They built up to his current motive, I think, pretty seamlessly. Just constantly chipping away at it. I do think they kind of flipped the switch too quickly, though, at the end, just to get over the line, but overall, I think they did a good job with Homelander's character as well. Homelander feels a lot more stupid now. Well, to be fair,
Every character has been a lot more stupid since season 1. Homelander used to be a lot more crafty and actually have good plans and stuff, but it hasn't been that way in a while. I wouldn't even say that's like a season 5 thing. They actually nerfed the intelligence of every character. To go a bit further, it also feels like they're getting some ass pulls out there now. So like in the most recent episode, spoilers, I will get into spoilers here, they introduce a character, Malchemical, that's able to put Homelander to sleep with his breath. Like it actually knocks him out. That's like an extremely powerful thing. They also imprison Homelander. One of his weaknesses is enriched uranium. Like, so now they're bringing in some like weaknesses and some natural counters to Homelander just for the sake of like self-contained moments in these episodes, when previously he was the raid boss. The only solution was the virus, the only hope. And if you were going to fight him, you really needed to bring the fucking whole football squad. But now, some random alcoholic gooner's breath knocks him out. Like, I don't know. That, I think, is just a little lame as well. But contrary to a lot of other people's complaints, I actually like that they're giving time to other characters like Black Noir, Deep, that kind of stuff. I actually do appreciate that. I was very interested to see where these characters would be going and what's going to happen, so I do like that they're spending time there. I don't think it's filler arcs by any means, because it does ultimately still progress the plot forward. So I do like that. I see a lot of people don't, which, you know, I'm not your dad, that's fine. I'm not going to come in there with the belt. Like, that's okay for you to like that or dislike that. I happen to like that they're exploring the other characters. But in doing so, I will say that some of the more main characters get shockingly little that they actually get to do in this season. So for the final season, our main boys aren't fucking doing anything. They're on the bench. They are fundamentally just sidelined characters. Like, they've done one thing so far with testing the virus, and then that was it. Then they lose the virus. Because for some reason, no one is ever paying attention, ever. So, like, while they're at Stan's bunker, the daughter just wanders off for hours and then reunites with her father, and he destroys the virus. Like, so, in order for things to go wrong, it's because the characters are just oblivious and really lazy, I guess. Anyway, I'll pump the brakes on yapping about the boys for now. There's still 3 episodes remaining in the final season, which I am shocked by, because I don't know how the fuck they're going to wrap this up in 3 episodes. That feels like it's going to be extremely rushed and underwhelming. With everything as it currently is, nothing feels like it's really in the end game or in its final stages where it can reach a satisfying conclusion, but I guess we'll see. Why, I oughta, you know what? While I'm already yapping, there's another topic I'm finally going to cover in depth, getting into the weeds, the nitty-gritty. Red Dead 2. For years, I have been haunted by this chirping about my Red Dead 2 take, because for some reason, people have convinced themselves that I hate Red Dead 2, which I think is just bafflingly delusional, because in my review of it, I gave it a positive review. I gave it a good score. I really like Red Dead 2. But we live in an age now where if you have any criticism about anything, it means that you actually hate it and can't be a fan of it. You have to worship it fully, view it as complete perfection, otherwise you hate it, I guess. Red Dead 2, I think, is a great game. But I don't think it's flawless. I don't think it's without a few shortcomings. The biggest one for me personally is that it is so realistic to its own detriment. And for some people, that's a great thing. That's 2 thumbs way up. That's a selling point for some people. But in my opinion, I think it's just tedious for the sake of being slow. It's not even really immersive. I hated how looting functioned in Red Dead 2, where I have to open each individual cabinet in order to loot each individual can of beans, or each individual gold doubloon. And this is a complaint that I carry for other games that do something similar, like Crimson Desert, where I have to loot each individual gold piece. For me, it's not immersive, it's a fucking slog, and it makes me roll my eyes every time I start looting something. Again, I had the same complaint in Crimson Desert, where I have to go through and pick up each fucking individual popsicle stick on the ground anytime I'm looting something. It doesn't need to be that way. I can still be immersed if I can just pick up the whole kit and caboodle of gold that's on the ground there, instead of having to go, well, like, oh, here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one. For me, I didn't like it. So that was a big complaint, because looting is a big part of Red Dead 2, but it is so mind-numbingly slow. It is realistic, yes,
but I think it is so realistic that it becomes detrimental. Like, I think it's commendable that they have horse balls that shrink when it gets colder and stuff like that. Amazing work. Like, it is cool, a lot of the realism that they have in there, but it does come at the expense of some quality of life things that I would expect from a game like Red Dead 2, where looting isn't the most miserably boring, slow, lame experience there is. So yes, I do find that to be an issue. It is a complaint I have on Red Dead 2. It doesn't mean I hate the game. I still love the game. But I didn't like that. You see, Darman fam, you can like things, you can love things, and still be able to recognize certain things about it that maybe you don't find to be the best thing ever made. The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Do I think The Mummy is a perfect film? Fuck yes I do. But that's a rare exception because The Mummy is cinema masterpiece. But The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie. And do I think that that is a perfect movie? You bet your sweet bippy I do. And you know why? Because nothing can achieve perfection except for those two films. I don't care about the Scorpion King's bad CGI. It's a product of its time, and you know what? I think it works really well in the film. But most things, even if you love them, you can recognize that it's not perfect. And that's okay to point that out, and you can still like it. My only other complaint with Red Dead 2, and it's one that I don't even think is that big of a deal, it's that the gameplay is still exactly the same as it was back in the first Red Dead, with very minimal evolution of it. The gunplay still felt exactly the same, just the very safe, standard Rockstar gunplay formula, and I just wanted a little bit more from that. It didn't ruin the game, I still enjoyed it, I still really like Red Dead 2, but to this day, people still act as though I hate it. And people still bring it up constantly during streams like, well, Charlie hates Red Dead 2, so this is a fucking wash anyway. And it's like, what are you talking about? I don't hate Red Dead 2. I've never said that. I've always liked that game. I just had two complaints, neither of which I think ruin it by any means. It's just a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen a little bit better, like a more evolved combat system that isn't pretty much one-to-one what it was a decade prior, and looting that doesn't make me fucking fall asleep where I'm looting each individual thing, opening each drawer and each, checking under each fucking cushion on the sofa for a can of beans. Like, those are the only two things I had an issue with. Everything else I think is amazing. Top tier. So yes, I like Red Dead 2. I'm tired of people pretending that I don't. It's weird. So I wanted to set the record straight on that. Anyway, I'll stop ranting for now. That's really about it. See ya. It's that time again. About every 6 months, like clockwork, there's a new horror movie that comes out that gets the buzz that it's the scariest movie ever made. Hope you brought your diaper, cause you're gonna be pissing those britches after how scary this one is. Like with long legs and all of that. And time again, it's usually just like it was an alright movie. Just marketing buzz out the wazoo. And that brings us to the most recent culprit here. Undertone. It has been hyped up by a lot of people as being real scary, no doubt going to be the scariest film of the year, maybe one of the scariest things human beings have ever cooked up. It is an unholy concoction of fear, filth, evil. Too scary even, potentially. And from the trailer, I actually thought it looked good. Undertone utilizes sound as like its gimmick. It's a horror film that does have a gimmick, which isn't unusual. A lot of horror films rely on it, but it executes it very well, and it doesn't live or die by its gimmick. It actually does make you care about the characters in the movie. I just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now. No, it is not the scariest movie I've ever seen. I also don't know if it'll be the scariest movie of the year, but I do think it's good. I did enjoy it. I wasn't bored. I wasn't let down. And I will say, as far as like scariest movie ever made buzz goes, this one's probably one of the better ones that gets slapped with that title. I like it more than Longlegs. I can safely say that. So let's dive into it a bit. Immediately, I want to talk about the gimmick because that is going to be the bulk of what you experience here. It is about a podcast host, and they go through the creepy stories for their podcast and figure out if the paranormal is real. One of them's a skeptic, the main character that we follow, and her co-host is more willing to believe in it. Not that that overly matters. Also, we are going to get into some spoilers here because some of my complaints, they do get spoilery, so I'm going to give you fair warning now. But anyway, we follow Evie. Justin is the co-host who is just kind of there to like reinforce that, oh man, this might be real, where Evie's like, well, actually, this might just be psychosis. That kind of thing, which I think is a fine dichotomy. I think that they bounce off each other well on the podcast, but that sets the stage. It is all about audio for the most part, and it is a slow burn of a movie. In fact, like the first 40 minutes, nothing's happening outside of setting the stage for the main story that we dive into, which is a mysterious email that Justin receives as the subject for their podcast episode. It comes from a mumbo jumbo email sounding like a 10-minute mail address, and it was attached it had 10 audio files attached and some gobbledygook in the base of it. So they decide to go through it, which I think is also a little weird the way they set it up. It didn't narratively make sense. This is apparently a very popular podcast, and yet he just randomly clicked on an email that just said lol. He even said, like, I got a weird email that said lol. So I clicked on it, and there was 10 audio files there with no actual information or anything. So we're going to listen to him for the episode. That feels like a bit of a leap there. But anyway, it then dives into these audio files, and we learn about two characters in these audio files, Mike and Jessa. And some really peculiar stuff is happening in their relationship, potentially possession. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'm not going to get into like full-blown spoilers or anything. I just want to make that clear right now. But you are now listening to basically a potential possession. And Evie is, of course, not really believing it, thinking it could be a hoax or rational explanations. Justin, on the other hand, starts like researching, and we get like a lot of lore. Like we learn a lot about what's going on in these audio files, and I think the movie does a really good job of making you care and making you feel tense. Even though it's not actually showing you anything, you're just hearing these audio files. It's also shot in a really creative way. It's not just static shots on Evie. The camera's always slowly moving, and you see like maybe some things in the shadows, or maybe like some of the things you're hearing in the audio maybe aren't in the audio file, but it's actually in the house Evie's in. It does a really good job of playing with audio as well as using some good camera shots that make things interesting and eerie. Like, I do think it's shot well, and I think they utilize sound very well, and I really wouldn't be surprised if they actually hid things in the audio that only certain people will pick up on, or if you like run it backwards, which was like a core component of this movie, where they run certain audio things backwards and it tells them more of the story and more of like the haunted shit. Now, the big thing is Evie's mother is in rough shape and on the verge of passing away, and Evie is taking care of her. She is basically in a coma, and Evie cares for her. And as we are learning about this story through these audio files, weird things are happening with the mom, the house, and Evie. And here's where things start to show a few cracks. When they're outside of like the audio, when you're actually following Evie around her day to day, it is a little boring. There is moments where it just feels like kind of a slog, but I don't think it's like to the detriment of the film, because it does set itself up as a slow burn, and I think it does fine there. But when it starts trying to show you some scary stuff instead of like have you hear creepy things, I think it falls into horror movie cliches big time. Like, it uses some of the most standard shit that you've seen in horror movies, just tropes out the wazoo, like the classic teapot, or Evie likes to draw with crayons, so then she drew something weird. She drew something scary out of the crayons. What? Or like, oh, weird statue that keeps mysteriously getting moved, or the light comes on and then the light goes off. Like, it just shows, like, when it's trying to show you something scary or creepy, I think it just kind of falls into the old tried and true methods of the same scares that you've seen a million times, especially towards the end. At the end, they throw the kitchen sink at the scares that you're used to seeing. So as shit's popping off and they're receiving phone calls on the podcast from people like laughing because it's the bad demon going, ha 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 ha, ho 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 ho. You shouldn't have listened to all the files. Are you dumb, you doofus? You listened to all 10 files? Uh-oh, guess we're gonna fuck ya. Like, it's literally taking like a victory lap, and they use like the standard cliche demon filter where it's like, go ba boo ba, goo boo boo ba goo ba, you listen to the 10 files, ha boo ba ga ba goo ba, you da 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 hoo ba. I don't know, it gets so silly with that. The movie is by far at its best when it's utilizing sound, because I think it actually does a good job at that. And I really appreciate that it wasn't afraid early on to be slow and have these really slow camera shots where you're questioning yourself if you're seeing something there or hearing something there or not. And I do think there was a couple of times where they got creative with like building up tension. So like there's like some really quick, there's a scene where she closes something real quick and there's like a brief flicker on the reflection where I think you could very easily miss something scary that happened in that reflection. I think that's when the movie's doing its best work. When it's utilizing sound, which the whole thing tries to build around, and when it's being unapologetically slow with creative shots that actually do build tension. And I do think the movie does a good job of making you care about Evie and her situation, so you want to get some kind of resolution, you want to see what's going on. And I also do like the lore they set up, but it really feels like someone got cold feet and felt the need to have like a couple of cheap jump scares that I don't think were very effective. The jump scares in this kind of fall flat. And the need to throw in like the standard spooky horror movie visuals. So like at the end, there's a creepy face on the TV and it's making some loud noises. There's the demon voiceover going, ah, ha, 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 ha. That kind of thing. Like it just, like it ruins its own momentum of being like methodical with its tension. And it just kind of blows its load into this giant bukkake of like generic horror visuals. But that's not to say I think everything about the ending sucks. I actually love what they did at the very, very end of the movie. They have like this 10-ish minutes, maybe 15 minutes of doing like the standard horror movie shit. And then like the very end, the last like 2 or 3 minutes is actually only audio. It's only audio to deliver the rest of the movie. And I thought that was great. I thought that was a really good choice. And if it didn't have that wet fart for 10 to 15 minutes before it, I think it would have stuck the landing much better. But even still, I do like the decision they made at the end there. Though I think a lot of people will be disappointed that there's not actual closure. It's very open-ended. But for me, I actually like that more, because then you actually think about it. You don't get spoon-fed what happens. You hear things that happen, or you hear things you think happen, and you play it all out in your head. So you are imagining things. And this is something I've said for a while. The scariest thing isn't what something shows you. It's what you convince yourself of. No one's going to scare you more than you will. Which is why things like the very last couple minutes of the movie, I think, work really well, because it's not showing you anything. You're hearing things, and now you yourself imagine them, and maybe you scare yourself with what you think is going on there. I just thought that was smart, and I really like that, and I really wish it didn't have the 10 to 15 minutes worth of like haunted house shit that they decided to throw in there. But overall, I do like the movie. I think there are a little too many horror movie cliches, but I do still like the movie. I thought the performances were solid too, to really sell you on the characters and what was going on. So I did enjoy the movie. Is it the scariest movie I've ever seen? No. Is it a good horror movie? Yes. Now, it very well could be the best horror movie of the year. Who's to say? I do think it is strong. I just wouldn't go as hog wild as everyone else seems to be going about, like, it's too scary, it's the scariest movie, no doubt, holy shit. I always think that is to the detriment of the film, because then it puts unrealistic expectations on the movie, and it's very unlikely for them to actually reach that level. But if you go in with normal expectations, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised with the film. I think you're going to enjoy it. I thought it was good. So yeah, overall undertone I thought was solid. That's really about it. So, yeah, that's right. I'm yapping about Piotr Zarek again today. The Polish CEO multimillionaire whose name sounds like a Sith Lord. Darth Piotr has spawned global outrage after this clip has just gone insano style. Pretty much anyone with eyeballs on the planet has now seen this, but just in case you've somehow missed it, I'll post the replay for you here on the Jumbotron. Piotr is the scrawny, slimy worm beast man creature that stole that hat from the hands of the child next to him. A tennis player named Wathches was giving that hat to the kid. He is a fan of his, so he was giving him the hat after celebrating a victory, and Piotr comes in there and just fucking gets his grubby paws on it and snatches it right out of the kid's hands, and you can even hear the child say, "No, what are you doing?" Just a big mess here, disgusting behavior on display from Piotr. This act of greed earned him the ire of pretty much everyone with a soul on this planet. He just blatantly steals that hat from the kid, and then ignores the kid, who is like, yelling to try and like get his attention to give it back, but it's falling on deaf ears because Piotr's already plugged his ears to it. The story does ultimately have a happy ending though, because this was so big, Wathches heard about it and then gave that kid another hat as well as an autograph, took a picture with him, so the kid ultimately did get to meet like his favorite tennis player and all of that, and Piotr and his reputation went straight down the shitter, just as it deserved to. Now, in the midst of the chaos of this story, there were multiple statements that were given, allegedly from Piotr himself, also apparently one from his wife, and then also one from a law firm that represents him, and then another from a lawyer that represents him. All of this, turns out, was just a bunch of dirty barnacles. In the video I made covering this, I said that I highly doubted any of it was legitimate. It seems to be a common trend that whenever there is a big story like this that blows up, there are a bunch of people that scramble to post a bunch of like fake, fraudulent information in regards to it and present it as authentic in order to get like engagement and clicks to make money off of it. In this case, they were pretending to be Piotr, pretending to be a law firm, and like threatening to sue anyone that shot spitballs at him and shit, and it was all phony baloney nonsense. Today, though, he has given an actual official statement here. So now we have straight from his filthy lips directly into my asshole, his stance on everything that unfolded. This was posted on his company's website. Due to the situation that occurred during Kamil Wathches's match at the US Open, I would like to offer my sincere apology to the injured boy, his family, all the fans, and the player himself. Now, worth noting, this is translated. I think there is some mistranslations here. Calling the child injured, I don't know if he meant like in a metaphorical sense, like, you know, this kid was really excited to get this gift and I took it from him, thus causing like a psychological injury, or if he really thought that he ripped the hat so hard from this boy's hands that he like broke his fingers or some shit. So I do think there is a chance that there's a little confusion here with direct translations maybe not being entirely accurate. But I would like to mention something that is entirely accurate is that hygiene is extremely important and you need to take it far more seriously, which is why you should be getting our soap, Cheeky. Our soap at usecheeky.com is the best soap you'll ever find, and right now for Labor Day we're doing a big sale where it's 20% off the entire store, baby. So go wild, now's the perfect time to get the best soap in the world, highly moisturizing, and it smells amazing. Now back to Piotr. I made a grave mistake. In the midst of my emotions, amidst the crowd's celebration after my victory, I believed the tennis player was handing this cap to me for my sons who had previously asked for autographs. Again, I think there is wiggle room for a mistranslation. I cannot imagine he actually said amidst the crowd's celebration after my victory. After I won my tennis match, Wathches was coming over to congratulate me with his hat. I feel like it's supposed to be after his victory, or maybe after the victory in general, or after like the conclusion of the match. I cannot imagine Piotr said after my victory. Can you just imagine that level of delusion to be so obsessed with yourself? Well, everyone here was clearly showing up because they wanted to see Piotr in the stands. They wanted to take a glimpse of me in the spectators area. And all the tennis players, well, they're performing for my amusement, my entertainment, so really it is my victory at the end of the day. That's fucking unhinged. I cannot imagine that's what he was actually trying to express there. But anyway, this mistaken belief caused me to instinctively reach out. Today I know I did something that seemed like deliberately taking a souvenir from a child. It wasn't my intention, but that doesn't change the fact that I hurt the boy and disappointed the fans. The cap was given to the boy, and an apology to the family. I hope I have at least partially repaired the harm.
I also want to make it clear, neither I, my wife, nor my sons commented on this situation on social media or on any website. We did not use the services of any law firm in this regard. All alleged statements appearing online are not ours. Unsurprisingly, he's trying the confusion approach here. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought the hat was intended for these meaty claws right here. I didn't realize he was giving it to the kid next to me. Whoops, I feel so silly and so bad about the mix-up here, which I think everyone could have predicted was coming, but we have very clear video footage that shows it wasn't some innocent mix-up. He literally rips it from the kid's hands, and the kid even says, "No, what are you doing?" and even tries to get his attention multiple times, but gets ignored by Piotr. If it was some kind of honest mistake, I imagine a sensible human being would hear that and see the response from the kid and be like, "Oh, I messed up. This was meant for you. I'm sorry." And you also would imagine that if he thought the hat was made for him, why did he have to rip it from someone else's hands? Like, was he not confused on, like, the resistance? Like, why is this kid trying to take my hat? Like, surely, at some point, he would have thought about what just happened here and recognized, like, oh, this wasn't intended for me. But that's clearly not what happened. He knew this was meant for the kid. He rips it from the kid's hands. He robs the kid of that hat that Macherzak was gifting to him. And then he puts it in his bag because he was very greedy. And now that everyone's really upset and they caught him red-handed here, hand in the fucking cookie jar, he's trying this excuse of, oh, I just didn't know. And now I feel really bad about it. Man, all this egg on my face, am I right? Jeez, whoops-a-daisy. I can't imagine anyone will read that and think that he is being honest, because we can clearly see in the video the real story. So I don't think that excuse flies. He's directly addressing all of the fake statements that were popping up like weeds. And I've already seen people dismiss this as him trying to cover his own ass because the statements weren't received well. I am no Piotr fan, I think that much is clear. I'm not exactly a big enthusiast for this piece of shit. But if you read those statements with any level of, like, critical thinking skills, you should notice that there is a lot wrong with it, especially his wife's statement. His wife's statement reads like someone fucking ran the script of Food Fight through Babelfish 5 different times and then puked out some incomprehensible gobbledygook. Like, it is nearly incoherent. Like, these statements that apparently came from him and his lawyers and his wife, they are just nonsensical, and there is no evidence to suggest it actually comes from them. They are just completely unverified, random comments, random posts on a random forum that people took screenshots of and circulated on Twitter and parading around like it was really from Piotr and people associated with him, with nothing to suggest that was the case. But now that he's saying, like, we never made a statement or anything, people are like, oh, you're lying. Oh, you're super lying. Now I know all of those statements from the previous days. Those are real. Those are real, and you're trying to hide that fact. It's just crazy. It's unhinged. Piotr is a piece of shit. This guy is a turbo douchebag asshole, 100%. But I do believe him that they didn't make any of those statements. I'm very confident this is the first peep out of his mouth, and everyone associated with him has probably stayed very tight-lipped on it as well. Those statements, again, have no evidence to suggest they ever came from him or anyone even close to him. Just a random fucking posts that people are attributing to Piotr and his wife and shit. Now, going back to his statement to finish it off, for years, my wife and I have been involved in helping children and young athletes, but this situation has shown me that one moment of inattention can undo years of work and support. This is a painful but necessary lesson in humility. Therefore, I will be even more actively involved in initiatives supporting children and young people in actions against violence and hate. I believe that only through actions can I rebuild the trust I have lost. I apologize once again to everyone I have disappointed. Sincerely, Piotr Zarek. He continues to fall on that crutch of, like, inattention is what he calls it, that he just wasn't paying enough attention. It led to all of this. But again, you can clearly see it's not inattention. He is laser focused on getting that fucking hat. It's greed, is what it is. So people can see through the dishonesty in this statement. It's not being received overly well. It feels like he saw what was happening to his business and his reputation, and in a desperate attempt to try and save it, he put out this statement. And it's fallen flat on its fucking face. Now, obviously, I don't know a lot about Piotr outside of everything that happened here. He claims that he spent years helping children and young athletes. I don't know if that's true or not, if he is like a stand-up guy in the community who for years has helped kids and young athletes. I find that a little hard to believe because someone like that would never exhibit a quality like what was displayed from this clip stealing that hat. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, I imagine maybe, like, some neighborhood kids kicked a soccer ball over on his fence and he threw it over instead of popping it and he considered himself a saint. That's probably what he imagines helping kids and young athletes is. Not popping a ball that flies over his fence. I cannot imagine this actually being, like, a legitimately good guy who does, like, a lot of good for kids and young athletes. Because someone like that would not be stealing a hat from a child. Like, full stop. Anyway, though, this is the actual official response from Piotr, so I wanted to cover it. That's really about it. So, yeah. The wacky wild world of TikTok live streaming is a fascinating beast. It is a demon. One of the biggest types of streams on TikTok, at least as I understand it, is begging streams, where people just go live and just beg for money. Like, please donate a galaxy right now. If you don't donate a galaxy right now, I'm gonna put my corgi in a headlock until it passes out to save my corgi's life with galaxies. Not quite to that level. I'm exaggerating, but it's just basically things of people saying, I need this money, please give me this money, I want this money, give me this money, and then, of course, the old-fashioned NPC streams that were the trend for a while, like, ooh, popcorn, so yummy, roses, that kind of thing. It is still very popular, it is still very degenerate, and today Matt sent me a clip of a TikTok begging streamer who was spinning this tall tale of fibs about his living situation at home being so bad, and he's crying on stream, asking all of his followers to just give him some money so he can get out from his mom's clutches. And then his mom comes in, and it paints a very different picture about what's actually going on here.
Just trying to make money in general to be able to go, Mackenzie, hate you. No, get out. Now.
I just got a phone call. I just got a phone call from somebody said you was in your room, you was on TikTok, and you said you had to get out by tomorrow.
Go. Out. Go. Go.
Said you was in your room crying.
Out. Go.
I have not told you.
I just told you to go. Mama, go.
I told you.
Go.
Jeepers! Uh-oh, zoinks! Barbecue chicken alert! Barbecue chicken alert! It looks like we got a huge fucking liar on our hands here. Who could have seen this coming? It seems as though this is all phony baloney horseradish here. It's looking like it's all fake. It's all make-believe here, like Santa Claus. It seems like these tears might be performative. It doesn't seem as though he's actually in a dire situation with a wretched bitch of a mother who's one day away from kicking his ass out onto the street in the rain and cold unless all the people on TikTok start giving him some doubloons. Seems like it all could have just been fake here to scam people on TikTok, if you can believe it. I know, a crazy notion, a wild accusation, but I think there's a lot of evidence to support the claim. I also gotta say, his acting here is lackluster. This is pitiful. It's very clear he is an amateur. He did not attend the prestigious academy of Charles White's School for Method Acting, because if he was trained under my techniques, such as what I displayed in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, he'd be having snot all over the place and there'd be poop in his pants. It would be the most convincing crying/begging you'd ever seen in your life. And this is just not that. This is very rookie crying tears. This is something you'd see in like a first-year thespian troupe in the fucking drama club. Terrible, terrible acting. My heart breaks for his mother here. She comes in after learning that her son is now crying on TikTok, begging for money, using her as the villain, and how, like, she's so evil, this and that, and now he's crying, inconsolable. Well, not inconsolable, you can console him with money. In fact, that's the only way to heal his broken heart. And she learns this information, and she comes into his room, not aggressively or anything, she comes in very confused, wondering why. She's talking about how he never said that, like, she wasn't threatening to kick him out or anything, where is this coming from? She looks devastated to see her son doing this and saying these things about her. She doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't even seem like infuriated or mad. She just seems really saddened by it, like very upset. that this is what her son is doing and what her son is saying about her. And it's clear he knows that his goose just got cooked, because he immediately, the tears dry up instantly. It's a miracle. He immediately snaps to it and starts to panic, telling her to get out, being very callous, being very rude to her, telling her get out and even pushing her out, like shoving her out the door so he can continue to go back to his begging stream here. And you can see in the chat, people are immediately alerted that this is fake. But since it's TikTok, there are some people whose brains are so poisoned, they are so far gone that I don't even think they're sentient anymore. They're hardly lucid. So there are people that are donating money to him even while he is pushing his mother out, even after he has been fully caught with his pants down here in this lie, in this performative fake cry begging stream for money. There are still people showering him with money. That is pathetic. I think those people are more pathetic than he is, actually. That is crazy to me. How someone would see this and still give him money. Like, I don't understand. What must be wrong in your life? What must have disconnected? Like, how many neurons must you have wasted away with fucking whippets or something to somehow watch this live under your nose in front of your own peepers and still be like, oh my God, I need to give this guy some money. He deserves some money. Look at his mother. His mother came into his room without even knocking. She didn't even knock. Oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. Here, quick, take a Galaxy. Take 20 roses and a fucking dumbbell and some bubblegum. It's just preposterous. Now, I tried to look more into this guy to see, well, what happened next. Apparently, this is a pretty old clip. I can't actually find the genesis of it. It's only just now, like, blowing up, but apparently this happened a while ago. And it was not, like, blown up or anything, so, like, that stream may have, tanked, went straight into the shithole there for him. But it didn't matter because he was able to just keep doing it, apparently, because the people in his audience, maybe they missed the stream. And I guess within like a couple days, it had just fizzled out and the people that watch him didn't really give a shit anymore. I don't know if he went back to doing more begging streams. My guess would be that he probably did, because on TikTok, people, they don't even remember what they ate for breakfast. Like, within a day or two, he had already apparently been totally fine. Like, his audience, it's not like they were upset at him anymore. Like, he could just go back to doing begging streams, fake crying for money on TikTok lives. Something that I remember being pretty common on TikTok Live is people just looping the same streams over and over and over again, used forever. So even though it's not like technically live or anything, you just keep spamming that stream, hoping to collect some cash passively. He could do the same thing with the begging stream. He could even use that same stream all the way up until his mother opens that door. Like, he doesn't, it didn't matter, is what I'm trying to say. On TikTok, he can just continue to do these begging streams till the fucking cows come home. And it is a very popular branch of content on TikTok. And maybe someone finds that stream that don't know that he's making it all up and it's all fake. So then they just get scammed out of this money here. These are always particularly disgusting because you are exploiting people's willingness to be kind and help. Like, these are people that are seeing him cry, hear about a situation that is clearly made up now in hindsight. Like, it's not real, but they don't know that in the moment and they want to try and extend a hand to help him, to help someone that they believe is in need. So they're exploiting that generosity. It's just gross. It's just super gross. And I looked at his current account. I don't think it's the same account that he was doing the begging streams on. I think he probably did make a new one here. And basically the only thing he posts about now are his truck and his girlfriend. I don't know if he still does the begging streams, but looking at his recent content, it's like a lot of videos of his truck and how much he loves that truck, and also his girlfriend, and how if anyone, touches his girlfriend, they'll have to deal with the demon inside of him, that kind of thing. So maybe he stopped doing begging streams, I couldn't tell you. But this shit is just so unbelievably cringe. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I feel really sorry for his mother. I really do. She looked very, very sad to see what he was saying, to learn about what was going on there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. I can't even turn the lights on for this intro here. Many of you know I've been on this quest of trying to prove the paranormal exists while not being a believer in it, even slightly myself. I've gone on 5 ghost hunts prior to the one I'm about to talk about, and nothing's happened. It's been a bunch of fiddlesticks up until this point. But the one we just went on at the Tampa Theater, I don't even know how to describe it. It transcends what I thought possible, and I've been racking my brain trying to come up with rational explanations for what we experienced, but just nothing is coming to mind. So I want to share some of the scariest moments with all of you here, but if you want to watch the full thing, it's over on the other channel. I'll put a link to it in the description. I highly recommend you check it out because this is a perplexing mystery, and for the first time, it's shaken my belief in what I thought I knew about our world and what's possible. I think there's a good chance that our investigation will be cited in numerous paranormal studies for decades to come. I think what you'll see. You'll see. This was a mistake. I didn't believe it till today, but it's right behind me.
How's it going?
I had to get the fuck out. That was...
I'm not light as a feather right now. I'm not moving. But there's something going on here. There's something fishy.
You guys ever wonder why darkness scares us?
Hello. Can we speak with you today?
Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary!
Good evening, and welcome back to the other channel. In this week's terrifying episode, we stepped back into the historic and haunted parts of Tampa's past. Since our time in Plant Hall a year ago, we had hopes to someday get to explore one of the oldest and most haunted locations in Tampa's heart. Today is that day. The historic Tampa Theater was built in 1925 and opened to the public in 1926. Throughout its almost 100 years of operation, it has become a hub for spirits and wandering souls to take up shop and watch the shows it's put on for almost a century.
Hey, it's the Tampa Theater, and we're at the Tampa Theater hunting some ghosts. Yeah, we're back. I don't believe in those bitches. And I'm here to prove that I'm wrong for not believing in them.
Yep, we want to find the ghosts. So this time we did something we've never done before. Research.
Yep, that's
we talked to experts in the field. We got new tools, new mindsets. Mm-hmm. That was the big thing. Everybody said it. Mm-hmm. You got to be positive. We're here respectfully, not to be assholes to the ghosts this time.
I started that hostilely. I didn't. Matt hasn't shared his research with us. I didn't know.
Let me tell you. I don't want to spoil too much. The first ghost is over there. We haven't crossed the barrier.
That's right.
They haven't heard anything.
Oh, you're right.
We're good.
The Dark Souls falling behind.
Yeah, the fog walls.
Boys, let's find some ghosts.
Yeah. Let's ghost hunting time.
Ghosts.
What we always say. 1, 2, 3.
Get them.
Is there anyone here with us?
Tile.
What? Oh, worth noting, this is the original tile. He died right where Danny's sitting and apparently in a pool of blood. So that may mean something.
Say.
Hello, Robert.
That would be mean. That's the most I've ever gotten from a spirit box.
Because you got his name.
Sorry.
And also, that is the new upgraded spirit box.
Yeah, this is the Sam and Colby recommended spirit box, so if it doesn't work,
entering.
You know who to blame. Ronald, if you are here, please.
Robert.
Sorry,
I can tell from the vibration of Charlie's voice, he's not being respectful.
It's not. I'm trying to.
Oh, I'm not going to be the first one to go in there.
That is actually a very disturbing painting.
This dude went in the ladies' bathroom.
It's ridiculous. I'm not afraid.
Well, this is not the ladies' bathroom. This is the ladies' smoking room.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That seems pretty cold.
And I'll spoil this. I'm not a believer.
Yeah.
Tonight I'm a believer. I'm not normally. So normally I would never say anything about this. When I walked up to place that cat ball by myself up here, I got goosebumps.
That's good.
Normal me would go, I got goosebumps. Yeah. Tonight, Matt got goosebumps.
Oh, she was here.
What? She was doing that.
I was
trying to be up with her mom powers and shook me like a dog.
The believing is immediately gone.
I'm sorry.
With the above-ground levels primed for spiritual encounters, the basement was where the most haunted room in the theater could be found. The dressing room. Though there isn't a name associated with this entity, many have referred to it as a trickster ghost. or a spirit not in need of closure to move on, but instead a malicious presence that only wishes to torment and erode the sanity of those who goad it. Little did we know that a prime vessel for this trickster may have been walking among us.
Alright. Let's leave Charlie to his hunting.
Yeah, just lock me in here for a little bit.
Bye, Charles. No spirit box?
Nah, I'm good. Where are you guys gonna be? Actually, don't even tell me. That'll be part of the scare. Yeah.
We might leave.
Yeah, well, that'd be fucked up, but yeah.
That was a little bit of fear I heard. Yeah.
That'd just be mean. That was a little bit of a... That'd be mean. I have no idea where the light switch is here. So, yeah, if there's something here, feel free to touch the cat ball. Oh, you can't really see the cat ball on camera. Well, I guess I could move the camera if you wanted. I started taking creatine again. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm back on creatine. You know it's the most studied supplement? Can you believe that shit? It's good stuff, though. It is some good stuff.
Meanwhile, the boys went to the top balcony seats to try and catch a glimpse of our next apparition, Fink Finley. Fink Finley was a projectionist at the theater and was known for his dedication to his job, sometimes being considered by some to live at the theater. His iconic smell of coffee and lilac aftershave can still be smelled occasionally near the door to the projector room, signaling that Fink is still watching over the theater all these years later.
No coffee?
I don't smell anything. I don't smell it either. I don't have anything.
Do you smell coffee?
I did. I don't now. What's that?
Can someone get this to be us?
All right, wait, just to show the cat ball is working. There we go.
Oh, shit.
You alright? Did Fink throw something at you?
Yeah, he did. What is this? It's a... That's not ours.
Why would he leave that here?
He is hunting ghosts.
Is this sweet?
I can feel you opening up to us, Fink. Oh, yes.
I think we should just send Charlie into buildings with a camera and just forget about it for a while, see what happens.
You'll have me doing all kinds of impressions.
Fink.
Donald! Donald! Put it down, Donald! Maybe he likes Mickey Mouse. I've been working on that one.
Charlie's lost the plot.
Donald!
We decided, as our last excursion for the night, we would try to invoke the spirit who was giving us the most trouble throughout our investigation, the trickster. You may have noticed throughout the night that Charlie has been talking into the camera. We believe, after watching the footage back, that the trickster ghost inhabited his vessel and was teasing us from beneath Charlie's flesh.
Guide us. Speak through me.
The video's gonna be fucking haunting just because Charlie's voice.
Oh!
My laugh sped it up, I'm sorry.
Where are you taking us?
It's trying to tell us the year it died.
Guide us through the ether.
It's going to the 3. I have no idea. I can't see it. I'm just saying shit, really.
With the trickster teasing us still through Charlie but giving us nothing to go off of, we switch back to the Estes method. Until suddenly...
This hot tub for all of us.
I'm here.
Oh,
that was real.
Hey, trickster.
Hey.
What is your name? What is your name?
Speak up.
Workers' compensation.
Jesus Christ. Clark, if you appear in this mirror right now, I'll actually shit my fucking pants.
What is it? You have to say it in 3?
This won't go away.
That's actually that horrifying Clark. So.
Hey Clark, touch the antenna here in 3 seconds. 1, 2,
The
3.
consequences.
There's no consequence.
There's no consequences. You won't get in trouble.
It'll just make a funny beep. Really.
Here, Trace, I want to show him what it does. So
Yeah, look.
That's all it's gonna do. All you gotta do is touch it.
It's that easy. I didn't even touch it.
Debut.
Yep, this is your first, this is your big outing.
Just put the makeup on.
You did
Hard
touch your
launch, am I right?
Clark.
Here I come.
Yeah, you got it, Clark.
Touch it. If he touches it right now, I'll believe.
It's been.
Hola.
Fucking shot.
Having given up on the dressing room, we decide to stop by our rally point and collect our findings for the night, when suddenly, we can only guess that the trickster leaves Charlie's body in what can only be described as a moment of pure adrenaline and agony.
You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Fucking touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's two scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop. Hey. Break it up.
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here, there was. Probably perfect order because scalpers are now just leaving perfect order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Break it up. Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You step up to my dad. Hey, that kid. Bro, he's talking about hitting a little kid, bro. No, he's talking about hitting a little kid.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him? Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm going to tell you something. Those three dudes, there's three, but only two of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those three dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked, seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. No, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Both of y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grab me, bro. You acting for nothing, bro. Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off. Get in line. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go. Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh, shit. Whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get in line. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wildin'. He's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
He's gonna go at it with a crutch, really?
He said tag team. You want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby. We lied. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because
had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like $20 to $30, and it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on one second. I'm getting a notification. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a Whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack and Clayton is going through the pack and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card. And Clayton notices this and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist. And he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I've never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So, Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit. And he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me and I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything. So it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, talking to fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me, and he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. And so, now my plan was to let this, fucking rip here raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
Oh, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me, too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really?
Yeah, over awesome. Through this whole process, and Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot this shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh, yeah. No, you look amazing.
Okay.
You sound great. This is perfect.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right. Love it. My family and I we live in Paris now. And so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in Paris, France now?
We've been here for a few months.
Oh, okay. So this is
not long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in. We're
let's go, baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just recording.
Kind of. Oh, okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first, let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey, man, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You as well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love, just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so, bravo, man.
That means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11, and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never.
Wow, you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years old.
No way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute classics.
Let's go. The class. The Price is Right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money, right? I was doing at that time I was doing commercials, and actually when The Price is Right aired, I had 2 commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode. And, but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. It was because of the Red Bull. But, yeah, that's my story.
Hey, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I want to dive right in. How do you feel about aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you think?
I mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on Punku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new things that are being discovered constantly that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered in comparison of, humanity. But and they're everywhere.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Especially like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures.
There's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at the movie The Abyss.
Yeah.
I mean that's the storyline. That's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep in our waters, but who knows?
But do you think they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my dad,
what is that purpose?
That's
you tell me.
According to my father, who I think preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids he believes were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all, Yeah. I always say, what you know until you know something else, right? And so.
Yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it, but like you, I like to be very open.
See, I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and we tend to, if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong, because I think it'd be really fucking hype.
I love ghost stories, I love like films with said ghosts, but yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and...
Will you call me?
Oh, for sure. Oh my God, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I
hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here, where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that it kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't short.
Yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch. You know, it was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
you're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, you know, and this is why I leaned in. You know, it was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, you know. And my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. You know, he's never met them in, you know, most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's just it's really cool. It's really cool to see. And I'm very proud to finally, you know, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like
all right,
this.
well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I love it.
You do?
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so bad?
I mean, man, I don't know. You know, I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado? Yeah, is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
and nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
You know, congratulations. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and you know, like the old school, like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? And which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No.
It is a beautiful disaster about the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in directions you would never, ever possibly expect with the most
That's so interesting, because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
Right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what?
It's similar to that, but if you were like overdosing while writing it, like it is insane. Like in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you seen? First of all, are you up to date on? Do you watch The Studio? Do you watch that show?
Oh no! I've been meaning to catch up on.
All right. Well, there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through diarrhea, and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass.
Zombie Ass, huh?
Zombie Ass, and it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through your bowel movement. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxd review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass.
Yeah, you might. It might fall to that category perfectly for you. But I actually love the trailer. It's just so far down the. I mean, it's just so terrible. But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, I love it.
What else what are you into right now? Like what's been like your big go-to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, but yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French, I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. Girl, boy. But yeah, what else? It's not, I mean, I love movies, I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new one.
Do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh boy, I don't know.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards real quick.
Okay. I have a story about a magic trick that, cause I know maybe two like card tricks, that were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember, when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me, JJ's obsessed with magic. So bring up magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible. And, I had not met Tom Cruise yet. And, I'm talking to JJ. I go, hey, so you're into magic. And he's like, oh my God. He goes, wait, do you know magic? I go, oh, well, I started backpedaling. I go, oh, yeah, I know, maybe a couple tricks. He's like, you got to show me. Like, soon you got to show me. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ. And the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, Aaron's a magician. I'm like, oh, no. And this is in front of the entire crew. And they have a deck of cards to give to me. He's like, come on, show Tom a trick. I was like, oh no, this is not happening. And the first time I tried the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. No. But in classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs. And he's like, no, do it again. I was like, oh no. And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that it's just such a no-brainer. And, I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise and it worked, but it's just so lame, but he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's awesome,
but
though.
Isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay. All right. Well, what sort of magic are you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic tricks.
I love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So I'm very much on that same page, you know.
Yeah.
And so I should really learn. I should learn more. To like fascinate them, because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've dusted off the knowledge of.
Okay, I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks, and each time I went to this beautiful thing called Speakeasy Magic, and it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. But then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table, just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic. So cool. But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen. That's exciting. Yeah, that's cool. So, I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick. But yeah, have you done some tricks on your?
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
yeah.
The idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I
great.
Yep, see if I can impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly.
Yep. He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude, I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, it was in the special.
Oh,
it was in the special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab this deck of cards. It's not
okay.
Temper your expectations. I don't think I'm gonna have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard, but I'll see what I can do. Give you just 1 second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's gonna be great. He's gonna blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay. Let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron, Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah. That one looks great. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You'd have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well,
what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
I mean, right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is very... Is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get the Mission Possible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing out that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out of spite.
Oh, good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels so good.
Yeah. It's very spiteful of you.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. So, okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, I just never cut it.
Excuse me. Hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's exactly.
That's
right.
great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So, are you going to keep it going forever?
Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if J.J. Abrams contacts me for Mission Impossible and needs a man. I've watched a lot of your interviews. I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying a slur or something here because the audio censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there was even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah. I just, maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had two computers, two laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad, and each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, and it's I'm not going to get a computer again for a while. And I realized when I let go of my computer how much more time I had in my personal life. I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web. And then same thing, I used to smoke back in the day. I quit 20 years ago. And the moment I quit, I realized again how much more time I had. And so once I I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone. And I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom, vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling, you know. I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to, I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. You know, they should control the technology versus, you know, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases is the case.
Absolutely. So like, I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like I was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then of course the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, you know, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, you know, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend and constantly chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero, so he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That would be very tough for me to live my life without at least having a computer. Even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world, not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that, you're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
No. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one. Sure. You would love it. And I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. You know, I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive, you know, and it's become a drug in a way, and it's just a drug that's fully acceptable globally, you know. And I just feel Like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic, you know. Yeah. I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in, 4 minutes. And, but the way people change in literally just a day, they become a different person. Absolutely. Yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm going to send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're gonna work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like a little vineyard at the farm. Okay. Not as like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. After so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm, but we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes, but the thing is, it's all dry farming. We do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently, from what I hear, produces about one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. Awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts, send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida. Oh, yeah. Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things, I do it live, fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is it's just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk. And I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing. And it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings. But man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it was just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. We traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. You know, if one person loves it and the other, you know, is not a fan, there's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And, we're incredibly proud of, the company that we've built for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the, like you,
exactly.
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like
thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like all in on this.
I mean, look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I mean, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who's a world-class chef. But we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, you know, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down, you know?
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too, for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the motivation. Right. Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just gotta rip it, baby. I love it. You gotta send it. Exactly right. You know, and also throw a bunch of shit on the wall.
Absolutely.
See what sticks. You know?
Yeah. There's so many options now. Like, while there is like an over-reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So like now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on like what you need to procure it or where you need to start, which is just great. Like, I think it's just
See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. You know, I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. You know, there's some great advice on how to build companies. You know, what are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. You know, some great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. Like, I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. Like, how was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? Like, I didn't expect it to just start, like, muting itself with, like, no, like, actual decibels or anything. Like, it was fine on the call, but the OBS audio, for some reason, was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So, my response to this is not even audible, by the way, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. Like, there was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again,
This is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And like that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
You know, I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. You know, the love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and is what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated. And I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because, it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right, of the particular episodes or that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out, right. It aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just, talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million.
Dude, it's crazy. How does that make you feel? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, man. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but
of course. I mean, everybody. Honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So.
Yeah, I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But like aside from that, this is like the first like real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool, and I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos, and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass, and you. You certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other, right? But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances. But it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure. But
I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday. So
Oh, great.
I've been streaming it. Like, I am super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So was it the last set of was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. Like I know probably like a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call like
oh,
this,
please. No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Like, again, it's a huge honor. Like, truly, I've had to like do my best to sit in this chair without like jumping up and enjoy the Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking
All right,
forward
buddy.
to hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah, can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for like an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. Hey there. Just wanted to share the latest in the David murder case. This has been something I've been actively following. I know I've already made 2 videos about the case since his arrest, and well, time to make it a trilogy because I think it's important to cover this. There were a lot of people, and still, even in the face of everything I'm about to tell you that was brought up today from the prosecution, there are still a lot of people that are fighting tooth and nail, raising their shield to defend David, still believing with their whole heart and 2 neurons that he was framed and is actually a victim in all of this as well because he had nothing to do with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child whom David was dating, by the way. And the Dummies for David movement always likes to, bury that one as quickly as possible. He's homeschooled, so he didn't know. And he's just a little zany. He's a little quirky. He had no idea. That's bad. It's fucking lunacy to be acting like he's some blameless angel in all of this, in spite of all of the evidence that the public has access to. If you bother to do any amount of research on this case with just the information that is readily available to you right at your fingertips right now, all of it points to only one person who is most likely responsible for her murder, and that person is David. And now, as of today, we're getting even more new information, and it is fucking disgusting. They already mentioned a couple days ago that the prosecution has 40 terabytes here in this case against David. 40 fucking terabytes is an unfathomable amount of anything. And just a moment ago, they dropped like their first teaser as to what some of this new information looks like. The prosecution alleges that they found a significant amount of child porn on David's phone.
Story number 2. A hearing just wrapped up for singer David in his first-degree murder case.
The prosecution revealed details about disturbing digital evidence. Let's get to CBS LA's Rick Montanez with what we learned in court today. Rick, what are you hearing?
Amy, Chris, the hearing just wrapped up within the half hour here, and cameras were not allowed in court, but I can tell you that the defendant, David Burke, was in court today in shackles and wearing that orange jumpsuit. The biggest new piece of evidence revealed, prosecutors say a significant amount of child porn found on Burke's cell phone.
Now, I imagine that isn't just some baseless claim from the prosecution. They probably have all of that evidence as part of their 40 terabytes here that they will be providing to the court. There's still a lot of processing that they are going through right now because there is so much that they have gathered in this case over the last 7 months. But now they are stating they have evidence that there was a significant amount of child porn on David's device.
We also want to point out that this all happens one day after the medical examiner's report became public. That is the report on the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The report says, or I should say the family of Rivas Hernandez is absolutely devastated to learn the gruesome details contained in that write-up. That's according to a family statement. So this report says the 14-year-old girl died of sharp force trauma, but the autopsy was difficult because of the severe decomposition of her dismembered body when it was found in the singer's abandoned Tesla last September.
The autopsy revealed the grisly nature of her killing. It being sharp objects, and then it was mentioned why it was so difficult for them to figure out what actually killed her. It's because her body was chopped up and decomposing in the fucking trunk of this monster's car. So it made it difficult for the autopsy to definitively say what the cause of death was. And since the autopsy brought this information to light, people have been going through David's music and music videos and noticing some really fucking haunting shit in there.
most notably with the anime video he made for his song Rehab, where there is a character in there that bears a lot of similarity to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, the music video came out in 2023, but David met Celeste as early as 2022, and in this music video, David cuts off that character's arm and then throws a sword which stabs her in the stomach, killing her. In real life, Celeste had her body chopped into pieces and stuffed into bags, thrown in a trunk, and the autopsy revealed that her cause of death was sharp objects through the torso, notably her upper abdomen and hitting her liver. Now, of course, I have no doubt that none of that is going to be used in court in any way, shape, or form by the prosecution. I imagine they have far more solid evidence to be bringing to court in that 40 terabytes. I don't think they'll be using, like, similarities from the music video versus what actually happened, or, you know, video clips that exist where he's saying some crazy shit. I imagine they're going to be going for, like, completely irrefutable things that you can't just write off as a coinky-dink or something like that. But I wanted to mention it because it really does feel like David was just leaving breadcrumbs in his music to the sick and twisted person that he is, and that he had this, like, murderous intent. It's fucking sickening stuff.
On Monday, he pled not guilty to the capital murder charges. We spoke with a former federal prosecutor just a short time ago here on CBS LA Mornings about this new evidence revealed in today's hearing and the fact that David's phone, according to prosecutors, contains child porn.
And obviously, we don't know if it's Celeste Rivas's images and videos or something else, but that is a significant offense. Obviously, it helps prosecutors prove the sex crimes, the lewd and lascivious, Penal Code Section 288, but it's also a separate crime in and of itself. And it's certainly the possibility that the feds even step into this case because they typically will prosecute these types of child pornography cases.
It is extremely serious, and this is new information that's been brought forth from the prosecution here. And the fact that they are bringing this as evidence in this case must mean that they have irrefutable proof that on David's device, he had that material. I have no idea how the David defenders will even begin to wrestle with that in mental gymnastics, some kind of excuse there, like, he was just holding it for somebody else. He's been framed again. They put it there. They framed him for the murder, now they're framing him with child porn. I have no idea how they could even begin to tackle that one, because even though it hasn't been proven yet, the fact that the prosecution is even putting this forward means they must be able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that, yeah, his phone had child porn on it. So that's the newest piece of information that's been brought up. Now, as mentioned, they are still going through a lot of processing for a lot of digital evidence that they have compiled. So in a week, I believe about a week, it's going to go back with both sides, and they're going to discuss if they need even more time about, going to a capital murder trial. So as of right now, we don't have everything being brought forth yet, but it is beginning and it's moving fast. The process is underway and it is moving very quickly. So I guess we'll know more in a week, but I just wanted to give you this update here because that new allegation coming to light here is once again another disgusting development here in the David case. Anyway, praying for justice for Celeste here. I truly don't see a world where David is innocent at all. And anyway, that's really about it. See ya. About 2 weeks ago, a group of thieves made off with over $100 million worth of jewels that they stole from the Louvre. You might have heard of that place before. It's pretty well known, nearly as famous as the Florida Citrus Center. The Louvre houses innumerable priceless art and jewels. Now, I don't know about all of you, but for me, whenever I hear the Louvre, the first thing that pops into my head is that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where all the art starts coming to life. And kind of similar to Kurt's a Cowardly Dog, the way that they stole these items is actually cartoonish. It's like actual Neanderthal mode thinking here. So what they did is they got this big ladder, this lift, they drove it up, and then extended it to the second floor, broke in through the second floor window, equipped with angle grinders, and then just went to town on the displays. But the displays were pretty resilient, so it wasn't enough. Like, the gadgets they brought weren't enough, so they just threw away the doodads, they disarmed themselves, and apparently started, like, shoulder bashing it and elbowing it until it finally gave way and they were able to lift the jewels out of there. And security guards did actually arrive, which is why we have this footage here, but they were worried that the thieves could have been armed. So they did arrive at the scene, but it didn't turn into like an action movie moment or anything where they started doing like fucking martial arts on each other trying to stop the thieves. They reported to the scene, called the authorities, but the thieves were in and out in about 7 minutes. So they were able to steal over $100 million worth of jewels through this method. They then took the tools with them, as I understand it, and then they left on this lift, and we have footage of them leaving.
This video filmed by security guards in the Louvre shows 2 robbers leaving the crime scene. They make their way down with a boom lift stationed outside and escape on 2 scooters just seconds before the police arrive.
Plans don't get more simple than that, and most people, myself included, are very surprised at how easy that appeared to be. And according to some of the French officials, they're also pretty shocked that security was so lax and pretty outdated. So, a very simple plan, sometimes caveman brain is best brain, where you just go and you hit it with an angle grinder and a little elbow grease, and then they make their way out there with $100 million worth of jewels. Now, there have been 5 arrests, which we're going to talk about in just a moment, but they have not recovered any of the stolen jewels here. And the fear is that they are in the process or already have dismantled them so they can sell them, because you can't really sell them as is. These are extremely recognizable, easily identifiable, famous pieces. Who's going to be buying that for $100 million? Fucking Dr. Evil? Like, you're not going to find someone that's going to buy them as is, because then it would easily lead to their arrest. There's no wiggle room to weasel your way out saying, oh, I didn't know that this treasured French jewel was, stolen. Like, it's clearly never going to be sold like that. You know, it's not like a movie where you could sell the fucking Statue of Liberty and some dude will put it in his backyard, some, like, obscenely rich guy. Like, that's just not how it works. So, what they believe is currently going on is that they are dismantling the jewels carefully to keep everything intact so they can sell the jewels individually as opposed to just like an altogether piece, meaning all of these could be lost, destroyed, and that's maybe why they haven't been able to recover it right now. But they're holding on to hope that they're still all together, but I guess we'll see. They have made 5 arrests, so let's go ahead and quickly go over that.
Turning our attention now to Paris, where 5 additional suspects are now in custody, arrested in connection with that daring heist at the Louvre that stunned the world earlier this month, into custody over the weekend. Despite the arrest, the stolen jewels, worth over $100 million, have yet to be recovered.
So here's where things got a little messy and hard to understand for me. So CNN mentions that there have been 5 people that have been taken into custody, arrested in connection to this. I read something from the BBC that 3 of them have been released without charge. And some sources are saying that, not everyone that's been arrested was, present at the scene. They believe that they could be instrumental in getting more clues about the people that were there. What is confirmed is it was a 4-man team. There were 4 men present. There were the guy who drove the truck, another guy that stood behind, at the truck where they pretended like it was renovations, and then the 2 people that actually went in and got the jewels. So it was a 4-man team. They made 5 arrests. Of those arrests, one of them is a woman who is connected to one of the people that they arrested. They believe she is an accomplice that can be helpful in getting more breadcrumbs for them to follow. And then DNA evidence. This is where it got really, fucking muddy for me, because it seems like at least one of the people that was directly involved in stealing the jewels has been linked to this via DNA evidence. But then I also saw that they used DNA evidence to link other people to it as well. But then that got contradicted by other sources. And I saw the word DNA used so many times here, it made me think that they must have just went here fucking full of cum or something, spreading it all over the Louvre, because it sounds like they had so much DNA out the wazoo, shit must have looked like a porn shoot.
Well, as you say, we do understand that one of these latest 5 arrested is one of those who was here on that day. Of course, those 2 that had been arrested over the weekend, also part of that 4-man team. These 2 had been known to police. It was DNA samples that had matched them to the scene of the crime. This latest arrest of one of those 4 also tied to the scene of the crime, we understand, by DNA. As to the other 4...
Now, I think there might be some kind of like translation error sometimes, which would explain the discrepancy and why not all sources are agreeing on the amount of DNA evidence used here. But I'm still going to give you like a montage of all the ones that have DNA evidence cited as how they were linked. The one that seems to be agreed upon across most sources here is that this 37-year-old man had his DNA found inside the basket lift that was used to get to the second floor and also escape after they stole the jewels. He is claiming that he hasn't done it. The Paris prosecutor said he's denying involvement, so he's hitting him with that classic Patrick Star, is this your wallet? No, but it has your name on it? No. But across most sources I can find, they all agree that his DNA was found inside that basket lift. Another person arrested in connection to this heist was a 34-year-old Algerian national who was arrested while trying to fly to Algeria. Apparently, they had found his DNA matched on a scooter that was used in the getaway. And then finally, the 38-year-old woman who is actually the partner of the 37-year-old man. They have children together, and a small amount of her DNA was found in that basket lift, which could have been possible because, you know, maybe she had, like, left something or whatever on him, which was then transferred to the lift when he got in it. Now, again, like I said, across a bunch of sources that I was reading, some of which were translated, some of them didn't mention the DNA evidence used in, like, the 38-year-old woman or the 34-year-old man. The main one that I saw that everyone seems to agree that DNA that has, like, hard linked them is that 37-year-old in the basket lift. But anyway, it sounds like they had arrested 5 suspects here. Some may have been released, but it looks like they're hot on their tail, but have yet to recover the jewelry. They continue to search for it and try to get all of the items back. I guess we'll see how it goes, but what a crazy fucking heist. Over $100 million worth of this jewelry. I have to imagine that they haven't sold any of it yet, would be my guess. Pretty much every official is saying that this is not like a professional, you know, ordeal. This was not carried out by, you know, Ocean's 11 style geniuses, galaxy brain scheme or anything. These are petty criminals that just did a very simple idea that worked. And I think they're right. This does not seem like the work of some highly organized professional crime unit or anything here. Like, this really does seem like a group of goobers got together and said, what if we took a lift to the Louvre to get to the second floor real quick and then take some angle grinders to the displays? Like, anyone could hatch that idea. Like, that's pretty, like, low neuron activation scheming. So I think they're right. These probably are petty criminals, which leads me to believe they probably haven't started dismantling any of the jewelry yet, because they're probably still trying to figure out how the fuck to do that. Or maybe they're so brazen that they're trying to find buyers for it as is, which is not going to be super quick. So I think there is a good chance that they do recover the jewelry. It's just a matter of when. It seems like they have narrowed in, at least on some very, you know, likely suspects here that are in connection to this possibly. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes down. But anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit because it really is one of the craziest jewelry heists in modern day. That is an unbelievable haul to make off with from one of the most famous locations on the planet. Full stop. The Louvre. That's crazy. So anyway, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I might be 31 years old, but I game like I'm 20. I've still got it. You know Brian Johnson, the guy who's becoming the immortal vampire through like endless research experimentation and like 2,000 pills a day? Well, I found the real cheat code to immortality. It's playing games. Keeps you young. And man, do I still have the ability to do that really well. I got reflexes like a cat and aim like a geriatric octogenarian trying to get piss into a toilet bowl. Point is though, I've been playing a lot of games, and something very special happened. I played a horror game that wasn't dog shit. Now I know what you're thinking. This can't be possible. It's unheard of. But sports fans. With my hand on a stack of Bibles. It's true. I played a game called Who's at the Door, which is an anomaly hunt horror game, which I know isn't the most, unique combination of genres blending together. That's kind of like peanut butter and jelly in the horror space right now. There are 1,000 of those puppies being farted out every day. But Who's at the Door was like a really interesting world and story with a really well-designed anomaly hunt that actually startled me, which doesn't happen. I'm basically immune to jump scares for the most part. But this one was able to penetrate my defense, and it's not like it solely relies on cheap jump scares or anything. It actually just builds up tension really well too. I played it for the gaming channel, which I've been going crazy on, Moist Critical Gaming Official. I think you should all go subscribe over there because I'm playing like 1,000 games a month. A lot of people still think it's just stream highlights. It's not. The majority of the content on that channel is me off-stream gaming tons of things like Who's at the Door. And most recently playing through the Peter Jackson King Kong game from like 2005, which is still a super slapper. That game holds up really well. Anyway though, I wanted to show you highlights from Who's at the Door because I actually really like this game. I am a psychiatric patient. Fuzzy hallucinations and voices are part of my everyday life, but lately these hallucinations are lasting longer. Now they won't go away unless I take some medication. The boundary between reality and illusion has been blurred even more, and I feel increasingly trapped between them. If this really is... Oh boy, I got hit with dyslexia. If this is really a treatment, how much longer must I endure this pain?
In such cases, immediately take your prescribed medication, or try to calm yourself quietly in your room. Hang in there just a little longer, and you'll make a full recovery.
How do you feel about ayahuasca? With the way people talk about that these days, it's apparently a panacea to cure everything. It's quiet now, no voices, no shadows. Should be safe to open the door at a time like this, right? Hey, what's up, buddy? Can I help you? Man, the Fent has really hit this neighborhood hard, huh? You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. No, Jesus! Fine, come in. You're welcome. Thank you. Ooh, a bar of soap that's not cheeky? Oh! I see why this is a horror game now. Oh my god. Couldn't even imagine. Hallucination? Or is he choking on like a giant hairball? He could need assistance. This is a tough deduction. Kinda looks like Gollum from this angle. Man, what the fuck do you want from me? Here, come on in. I got some brewskis in the fridge. I'm not gonna let him in. This ought to banish you to the Shadow Realm. Come on, come closer. What are you waiting for? You know my door's always open for you. Come on. Come say hi. I miss you. TV's working now. I get a new station. Well, that's not good. You could have just knocked on the door. Just a minute, I'll be there in a second. A little tied up here. Hold on. I think she's got me. No, maybe not. Now, you've made a mess of yourself. You've got ketchup all over your face. Do you feel embarrassed yet? Would you mind if I went and answered the door? I don't mean to be like a rude host or anything, but there was someone trying to get my attention. Just give me a second. Here, come on in, join the party. I don't even need to see you. Nice. I feel like I shouldn't let you in, to be honest. It's been nothing but chaos in this abode, if you can believe that. I know. In a neighborhood as nice as this. You're not even knocking. Do you want to come in? Oh, you heard me. Okay, yeah, she's here. I mean, last time you gave me medicine, so I think you're safe. You didn't hurt me. You have such a wonderful smile. Check the TV. Check the TV.
Check the TV. Check the TV. Okay. If after 4 times nothing changes, then you know it's safe. Imagine I just unlocked a super secret ending with that. I input a cheat code. And now I see myself in the game. Who are you? Dr. Manhattan? What are you doing in here, man? Some Donnie Darko shit. Pardon me. Oh! He can touch me. I assumed... since when can Ghost fucking tweak on my nipples like that in the fucking physical world? Now, does every day start the same? With my friend? Yeah, it seems like it. Okay. Nope. Okay. I guess not. Okay. So because he's up there, that tells me if I open it for you, who is a very sweet lady, by the way, I will get fingered. So I need to just pop these again, because the bad hallucination is here as well. Down the hatch, into the old gullet. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking into my own apartment. I'm hallucinating. Dropping Labubu from the ceiling, guys, really? No ghost chef cooking in my kitchen. No ghost freeloader using my tub. You again? I feel like I'm just too trusting. And you know what? If that gets me tickled, then so be it. Come on in. My furniture is attacking! I can't let it touch me. Oh my god, the game knew I stepped away to tinkle! Well, that's not true. I also filled up my water. Oh my god, the game knew. Who's at my door? They're in here fucking watching me. Uh-oh, the lights haven't turned on. Oh, hey! I think I'm hallucinating. Who's here? I mean, it's probably better. I think if I went and looked in there, I probably would have got fucked. Don't get too close. Oh, fuck. To what? To who? The door, maybe? Oh, to you. That's probably hallucination. Oh, but it might have disappeared. I think I was a little too hasty. Blood on the fridge. This is a hallucination. What's in here? Oh, just a jump scare. Oh, but it disappeared. So this is probably safe now. My hallucination ended. I'm gonna put it to the test. Like, I feel like it should be fine now. It disappeared, so I think we're okay. Nice! Thank you so much for coming by, bud. Fuck. Alright, we'll know for sure now. If I get jumped while the napkin here, the handkerchief is there, then we'll know that it's supposed to... Huh. Well, that's probably a hallucination. Which tells me that the handkerchief is correct. So I'll know going forward, if it's anything but the rag there, it's a hallucination. Yep. Probably hallucinating. Do you leave? You gonna disappear? Looks like he's about to start fucking popping and locking on me. Just entertain yourself. I'll be back in a moment. Just need to pop some pills. I see you invited yourself in. Okay, she really turned on the turbo boosters there. I think I probably wasn't supposed to look at her. I thought it was going to be like Weeping Angels. It was not. Alright. God damn it! That just reset me from the beginning. Alright. I was cruising too. Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. This is a big one. That's a big doll head. Go, 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 quick, quick, quick. Take my pills. That can't be! I immediately turned and sprinted. And he still caught me. Now I lose that doll head? What? What kind of baloney? Holy shit. That was loud. Alright, big time hallucination. They broke my fucking mirror. I've been roofied! It was that damn creep with the hair in his mouth, wasn't it? You watching me take these? Are you happy about that? Looking good, looking good. It's oddly quiet, none of the usual noise or hallucinations I normally hear. It's awfully bright in here now, too. Really bringing this place to life. That sun's doing a number for us. This is all real. Now I knock on someone's door. Do I just go into the dark? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, it's beautiful outside! What the fuck? Who hit me? Muriel brought the frying pan out and just blasted me? It hurts, there's no escape.
You went outside? That's impossible. Are your symptoms getting worse?
Oh,
You're still taking your medication, right? Please wait just a little longer. I'll come see you soon.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. My head hurts so much, I vividly remember being hit with a blunt object, but could even this be a hallucination? Alright, we're just getting started. Well, I know this apartment really well now. I'm coming, Bori. Hopefully I don't get chased, because I'm not very fast.
Where am I? Excuse me, Doctor. Someone, please.
Ah, you're awake.
What is it?
Sooner than expected.
Why am I tied up? Untie me! Right now!
I can't do that. You're about to become something more special. Of course, you're already beautiful enough. Yet beneath the surface, I believe a truly perfect form lies hidden. You'll become so beautiful, even your reflection won't recognize you.
Don't!
God damn! Jesus.
You'll mess up that flawless skin.
If you need help here, I'll come rescue you.
Moving. You might not turn out as pretty.
He set up an invisible wall. I can't help you. Shit. Go, go, go. Wow. Damn, this game is cool. The pain she endured still won't leave my mind. It's still fresh in my memory. Oh, there's the drill that was used on her face. This is a hallucination. Oh, another doll piece. This was the guy sitting on my couch. I think so far it's all good. Oh, another piece. I caught the man who was following Bori. He quickly tried to leave, saying, "I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else. His name is Taku. He said his young daughter was kidnapped and went missing long ago. He must have mistaken Bori for his daughter." Okay. Did Bori know about this, or was she just afraid? Now, here's a question that I don't know the answer to. Since there was a doll piece here, does that mean this is automatically a hallucination? Because there's nothing else out of whack. I don't know if that counts. I can't remember. Oh, I really don't want to blow it. Okay, full disclosure, I'm gonna go take a piss and just look real quick. I have to pee so bad, I might as well just look. Okay, I peed, and I did look it up. The doll pieces do not count as anomalies. So... well, I guess it didn't matter in the end anyway. Wait, it went away, though. I think it's fine, because it went away. Yeah, I think we're good. Thanks, bud. How about a hair transplant? Your daughter would like it too. I said to the man who was left only with guilt for not being able to save his daughter, drunk every day. Taku hung his head in drunkenness, his hair swaying in the wind as if accepting my words. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. I don't know why I care so much about this story. Taku, Bori, and this house, everything seems connected. Yeah, I mean, I think that phone call made it pretty clear why we should care, right? Unless I misunderstood. Oh. I mean, I think that's pretty clearly a hallucination. It's not going away, but I think if I open it, I might die. So let's just take the pills now. Day 9. What do we got? Was this Taku also a victim of the doctor? No lights coming on this time. That's one of my neighbors! That guy's been really nice recently.
Taku. That hair transplant surgery I mentioned earlier. I just came up with a really ingenious method. I'm going to do it myself for you. Your daughter will be delighted to see this too. Soon, you'll be completely transformed. Taku, open your eyes. The surgery went absolutely perfectly.
As one of your neighbors, I can vouch for that.
Now,
you look extraordinary,
how about
Taku.
you take a look in the mirror. Even you won't recognize yourself.
Are you the teacher from the orphanage where Bori stayed? She's very sick right now. Your number was the only one written in her notebook.
Oh, yes, that's right. How is Bori?
Bori has been asking for you a lot. She must have relied on you quite a bit. If you don't mind.
Yes, I'll head there right away.
This is so good! Why did that doctor perform such cruel procedures? What was the purpose? A good question. I was wrong, see? It's a good thing I checked. We're hallucinating. Did I just see a light turn on? Oh, it was this light. Okay, I think this one's safe. Nope. Everything in here was safe. Is this gonna go away, or... It doesn't seem like it. This seems like immediately take my medicine. Yeah, that one's just immediately hit the bottle hard. Oh, something's happening. Ahead of schedule. Damn, this is nuts. Okay, Jesus. Alright, we're only missing one piece, or one doll piece. And it's the one that was in the hallway earlier. Okay, I don't know how to handle this one. Because I can't just fucking run by her. Oh, she left. Wait, but does that now count as a hallucination? I mean, it disappeared, so... But she chases. Oh, fuck. That just made it really hard for me to know, because... Wait, the knocking stopped. Let's just go to basics. Let's just go to basics. That hallucination disappeared. It didn't chase me or anything. Which tells me we're safe to open this door if everything out here is okay. I don't remember if you normally do this. I think you do. I'm gonna be so pissed if I'm wrong. But it disappeared! Like, I'm doing everything right. It disappeared. Everything else is in order. There's not a fucking hair in this apartment out of place right now. Let me double check in here. We're so close. I already went to this window, but I'm gonna do it again. I think we're just good. It disappeared. Everything else is perfect. Nothing out there out of the ordinary. Nothing with you out of the ordinary. Alright. Okay. Door closed. That's not normal. Okay. It's the sprint again. Okay. I cannot fuck this up again. I don't know how I messed it up last time. I'm full sprinting right now. This is me at a full sprint. Let's grab it from the max distance. Got it. I got the last piece. Let's fucking go! Huge! Huge! It's not on the doll, though, for some reason. I hear something over there. Just play it safe. Just play it safe. Oh, this is one I need to look at. Fuck. Okay. I can't get close to it. Oh, no, no, no. This is bad. How do I squeeze out of here? I need to get him even more in this corner. Or maybe... maybe I can come around this way. Fuck. I cannot believe how clutch I am. Actually built different. Holy Lord, that was clutch. Oh my god, I can't believe I squeaked that out from between my butt cheeks. That was unbelievable. I didn't get to read all that. It said the doll is gone. No, I tried to dodge. Fuck, they're all in cahoots. The doctor's brainwashed them.
Where is this place? Why are you all here? What is this? Why are you doing this to me? Untie me. Right now!
The pills you took were poison that slowly eats away at your brain. Seeing you flail around lost in hallucinations was truly entertaining.
The pain and despair we endured. Now it will seep into your flesh and bones.
I used to think you were really nice.
You're no savior. Your greed made us what we are, and now we'll become your nightmare. Aren't you excited? Our masterpiece.
You know what's really embarrassing? I thought there was going to be another character for that doll I picked up, not just those three. That was so good, though. I really, really enjoyed that. I guess it's not embarrassing, I guess I just overthought it.
The perpetrator of those horrific human experiments has gone missing.
Yes, Mr. Kim, who had received a life sentence, was controversially released on parole 10 years ago and has since vanished without a trace.
Yes, there are also suspicions of medical record trading with higher-ups behind the parole decision, right?
Yes, human rights groups strongly opposed the decision at the time, and after his
Oh, it's
disappearance,
us.
there were even suggestions that the victims' families might have kidnapped him.
This led to renewed scrutiny of his past. His brutal crimes committed under the banner of human experimentation.
It's hard to believe that a person could do such things to another human.
Yes, the case remains unsolved, and Kim's whereabouts are still a complete mystery. Where could he possibly be? This has been Caseline. Thanks for watching.
I had a suspicion that it could be us from the beginning, but as we learned more and more, I thought it wasn't.
What do you think happened to Mr. Kim?
Well, I guess he probably didn't survive.
Damn.
Honestly, someone like that deserves to be punished just as cruelly. Rip, destroy, tear apart, and make sure he suffers just as much, if not more, with most agonizing pain possible. That's what I would do.
This was such a banger, holy. Man, I really, in the beginning I was like, oh, I guess it could be us, the bad guy. Like when we got hit in the head when we were trying to get outside, I had a suspicion. But then I was like, no. We're probably just another one of the victims. I just couldn't figure out where we fit into it. That was so good. I really liked that. What a banger. About 10 months ago, I made a video talking about the Neo robot, which was this Jetsons level technology that was fundamentally a household chore bot. And I've always been skeptical when the claim is made that it's right around the corner, because you hear that for every piece of tech ever, and then half of it just kind of fizzles into the fucking ether, just falls into the back rooms, never to be seen again. But now, 10 months later, I got a bunch of egg on my face because the Neo robot is here. And it's affordably priced. It's a very cost-conscious $20,000 for the household chore bot. You're losing money not buying this thing. It can do so much. Kind of. To a certain extent. It does chores. Now, Marcus Brownlee just made a video kind of going over his qualms with this robot, and I think he brings up a lot of good points. Points that I also briefly mentioned when even just talking about this from a conceptual standpoint, even before the price was revealed and even before they showed its actual capabilities here with chores. It is just... I don't see a world where it makes sense to own this, even if you do just have $20,000 shoved in your fucking prison wallet. If you've got $20,000 floating in your colon and you're looking to get it out, I think there are significantly better uses for it than buying the Neo robot.
So meet Neo, potentially the most futuristic product we've ever seen. This thing is a full-fledged humanoid robot, 5'6", 66 pounds, 4-hour battery life, self-charging, and it lives in your house. It's finally here.
Now, 10 months ago, the design of the robot looked fundamentally the same, and I think they do still have similar faces. Back then,
The main one I saw looked like Shaka from One Piece, or it looked like fucking Dynamo from Deadlock. Now they have like those two little eyeballs and like a leather mask there. It almost kind of just looks like Jason Voorhees mask to a certain extent on this thing's face. And I think having it be 5'6" is obviously the best possible decision you can make. That is the optimal height. I think most human beings would like to spec into that if they could choose their height. Luckily, I was blessed with 5'6" naturally. I wasn't, needed to be created in a lab to achieve that. But I understand why they went with 5'6" at the very least. And the rest of the specs here sound pretty good.
It's a housekeeper. It has the same dexterity as a human because it's shaped just like a human, walks around on 2 legs, has 10 fingers. It can fold laundry and put it away for you, or it can do the dishes for you from start to finish and then put everything away. It can go around and water the plants outside or inside on a perfect schedule, and it never forgets a single plant. And then it'll go around and vacuum and tidy up the house if anything gets left out. It always knows where everything is. It can find the TV remote, and it'll basically actively do all the chores that you know you have to do, but you don't actually want to do. And when it's done, it goes back to its little docking spot and charges itself.
That fully sums up the purpose of Neo. It exists to do the chores you don't usually feel like doing for 20,000 clams. So it'll go do these things to varying degrees of success, but it will do them, and then it goes and then chains itself to your wall. It goes and plugs itself in and charges itself. That's really about all that it does. Except, of course, for those little JoJo Siwa dance moves you saw it do there for a second. Other than that, it's just focus on doing chores. Its goal is to, fucking pass the butter and fold the clothes. That's really it. Now, a lot of people talk about, this is for lazy people, like people that don't want to do chores and just want, this robotic servant to do it for them. But really the main clientele, as far as I can tell, is that it's aiming to help elderly or disabled individuals whom these kind of activities are more difficult for. But at a $20,000 price tag, that's not exactly a reasonable price to try and help there. And I imagine, as Marques Brownlee also points out towards the end of the video, that's not going to be a demographic that's really, enthusiastic about being an early adopter of this, because basically you're guinea pigging this thing. This is so new. This is such brand new technology. It's still pretty primitive here. You are beta testing it for a $20,000 buy-in. But there are, admittedly, other options that are less than $20K. Like if you want to rent it, from what I can tell, there's like monthly installments you can do. But even still, it is extremely expensive for this.
This is available to order? This feels like it could be the best tech announcement of all time in 2025. Except, this isn't real.
You know what is real, though? The Starforge solo leveling collab. Starforge just dropped its PC in collaboration with Solo Leveling. It's available right now. You can click the link in the description below. There's also a big Halloween PC sale. Marques Brownlee goes on to mention that one of the main things about it not being real is how they're claiming you can order it today, making you believe that it's here and it's available now. I can go right now, get my Neo ordered, and it'll be here lickety split, and then I'm going to have my nice little household chore bot running around. I can slap him on the ass and tell him, good game, keep up the good work, and then he'll maybe give me a cool catchphrase like, I've got nipples, Greg, can you milk me, or something, then he'll go charge himself, all my chores are done. It's not here. This is a pre-order, and there are options for a $500 a month subscription or $20K to own it outright, and it's expected to deliver sometime next year, but there's no actual real delivery date that we know of at the moment, so it's not here today or anything. It's still right now just an idea that you are pre-ordering with the hope that it will be delivered when they say it is. But that's not the only thing that makes this not real.
My issue with this product is the gap between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream.
He is exactly right. When you watch these showcases, what they're selling you on is a pipe dream. But what you're getting is the crack pipe. You watch these videos and you're under the impression that this robot has the ability to like recognize things in space and accomplish these tasks like Sonny from iRobot or something, like what you've seen in movies throughout the decades, where this is a robot in like the truest sense of the word that you picture up here in your noodle. And that this has like some kind of AI driven components that are able to somehow like, you know, figure things out for itself so it can do your chores. But that is not the reality of what is actually being done here to get the robot to accomplish these tasks.
But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this Neo robot also this week where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is like best case scenario stuff.
This is very, very, very different than what most people expect from this robot. It is not doing these things itself per se. It is being teleoperated by someone wearing a headset and everything to control it themselves. So it's basically acting like an extension of their body. They're playing a VR game in your household as your butler, basically. It is not a robot in the way that you think of it. So what you're doing is you're paying $20,000 for someone to come into your house in a robot skin suit. That's basically it. And like very stiffly, like the Tin Man, walk around and very slowly go through simple chores laboriously. Like even something like loading the dishwasher is a Herculean effort here for the Neo robot. And it is being controlled by a human being in the first place. The Neo robot is just the conduit for it. It is just, I think it is very misleading for people that are just going to see this robot do things and not understand that it's not the robot itself doing them. It is a human being that is controlling it outside of that robot.
And I see a lot of people defending this robot online like, oh, no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet. Really? You don't think they would show her the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep selling the dream?
Fucking exactly. There's always crazy cope from people that are so desperate to defend like massive corporations for no reason, man. I don't get it. How do we live in an age where people are willing to fight tooth and nail, doing free PR for companies that don't give a fuck about them in the first place, don't even know they exist? They're just a piggy bank hoping to stick their dick in at some point. I don't understand where that delusion's even coming from. This is them coming out here and trying to put the best foot forward for this product, to try and sell the dream, like Marques Brownlee mentions. Why would they not show everything it can do autonomously? That makes no sense. That'd be the stupidest fucking marketing move ever. Now, he mentions that there are two things in that video that it does label as autonomously performed. One of them was opening a door for a guest, and the other was transporting a cup. Other than that, everything was teleoperated. That's so night and day from what people perceive this robot to be. It is not capable, or at least it doesn't seem like it's capable of doing the vast majority of your chores autonomously. It needs to be teleoperated to accomplish those tasks. So basically, you're paying $20,000 for real steel, like Hugh Jackman's Real Steel, but instead of like Hugh Jackman boxing and having the robot throw punches, it's Hugh Jackman cleaning piss off of your toilet bowl, and it's the robot mimicking it in your household.
I highly recommend you watch his full video here because he does a great job breaking it down and also going through the footage from Joanna, who is the one that got all of this information and showcased what this thing can actually do. It's extremely interesting. He mentions, and he's right, that one of the big things is that it needs tons and tons of data. So the idea seems to be to push this out to early adopters so that way, while they're using it, it can be gathering all this data so it can get better at doing things autonomously. It can learn all of these variables. And in order to do that, it needs access to individuals' households of these early adopters. So they even have something called, I think it was expert mode if I remember correctly, where you opt in, you give permission to have one of their experts tap into the mainframe here of the robot and learn how to do a task by guiding the robot through it. So basically, he's digivolving into your house, like he's manifesting himself into your house, this expert, into the robot, so that way they can do the task and collect the data and get better at autonomously doing it down the line. And it seems like it boils down to early adopters that are going to spend this money to get the Neo are going to have to be okay with sacrificing some privacy for the sake of science, because down the line, maybe it'll lead to enough data that the Neo can eventually do it without the need of a teleoperator to be scheduled to take control of the robot, look through its sensors in your house and do it. So, I mean, it is an interesting little creature here for 20K. It's a very interesting piece of technology.
5'6" humanoid that wanders around your house and does chores. Like, are there really that many people, you think, that are willing to spend that amount of money and know that they're going to have to potentially give up some pretty serious privacy and are basically going to be a beta tester for some unknown number of years to hopefully maybe someday achieve that dream? There are obviously a lot of potential downsides to this robot. You know, it's too small and weak to carry anything super heavy.
As a petite, fun-sized 5'6" man, I took great offense to him saying that right there about the robot. Too small and weak to carry anything heavy. Brother, I can carry some of the heaviest shit in Florida. I'm gonna chalk that one up to maybe he just, got a little lost in the sauce there. It has nothing to do with the robot being 5'6" or anything like that. It looks like it hasn't been hitting the gym. That's all. But he makes a very strong point here. How many people are willing to spend that kind of money and also be the guinea pigs for this technology for X amount of years? Who knows how long? Scheduling, this company's experts to take control of the robot, looking through their house to do the task to collect that data to improve it down the line, to maybe one day have it be something that's possible autonomously. I don't know. He also mentions he doesn't know. It is just a very interesting spot we find ourselves with this technology here. All I wanted to talk about here, though, is that a lot of people are really misled on what this robot is even capable of right now, because it is confusing. As he mentions in his video, what they're selling you, like the idea today, is not what it's capable of today. They're selling you the idea of what it could be many years down the line, but making it seem like it's here today, which I think is a bit scummy. In my personal perspective here, I just don't see a ton of people being comfortable paying that amount of money and just inviting all of these cameras and microphones that are remote viewable from these strangers into your household. I just imagine most people wouldn't really be comfortable with the idea of someone potentially peeping through those cameras that are remote viewable and these microphones that could be listening. Like, I imagine most people just wouldn't fully trust it. Like, around your family, like your kids and everyone around there would probably be a little on edge knowing that this robot, there is just the chance that someone is looking through it right now, even if you didn't schedule an expert to take control. Because again, these are remote viewing capable cameras and microphones, stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe there is a ton of people out there. I just would be very surprised if there were. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this because I was yapping about it 10 or so months ago, and now it's getting even closer to coming out. They're claiming that it's already here, ordered today, but it's still not actually fully here yet, but I just wanted to follow up. That's really about it. So yeah. Good news, Tesla fans. Elon Musk has greased up his hog, and he is serving it to you whether you like it or not. I hope you're ready to gobble it down. Elon Musk is saying that Tesla full self-driving will switch to a monthly subscription and remove the one-time purchase option. Another beautiful entry into the you will own nothing and be happy future that we find ourselves in. We're now entering a new, even stinkier era where you can't even pay for the full automobile anymore. You don't pay to own it. Now, in order to get one of the most crucial components, like selling points of a Tesla vehicle, you will have to fork over $99 per month as part of this subscription plan, suckling on this subscription-based titty for however long you want access to the full self-driving features, which was a huge reason a lot of people were buying these fucking things in the first place. Previously, there was an option to pay $8,000 and you get the whole kit and caboodle. You get the Tesla and you get the full self-driving features. But now Elon said, nope, I'm taking the toys back. We are going to wean you off of this. Now, you can't even own the entire motherfucker. Now you buy the vehicle and then have to subscribe separately for the full self-driving features. It's insanity. So you can't even pay to own your whole vehicle. Now you can pay to get most of the vehicle, then you will need to start subscribing for the rest. You don't even get full access. It is just another step in this awful fucking direction in this subscription-based economy where every single thing, every single aspect of your life is becoming subscription-based. We are entering the future where you don't actually own anything. What you own is the idea of things, like your video games. They're basically just renting it. You're getting a permission slip from the benevolent developers to grant you access to the game for however long. In Tesla's case, Elon Musk is drip feeding you features as long as you subscribe. But when you have a Tesla now, you only get half of it unless you are subscribing for the other half. And there's no option to just own the whole thing outright anymore. He has wiped that shit out. And I feel like every person on the planet should have an issue with this kind of model here from Tesla. But because it's Elon Musk and people can't help but swallow his meat, it's an addiction more severe than Fent, they are defending it as if he's doing them a favor somehow. People are willingly bending over and applauding as these billionaires butt-fuck them to death. Like, as they get less and less ownership of things, they get happier and happier because the billionaires are telling them they should be. Unreal. Farting in your face and telling you that it smells like roses, and they're like, yes, it actually does. This is amazing. It's just infuriating. Because they worship this guy, they're willing to just roll over and just abandon what they pretend to believe in. It's craziness to me. Now, anyway, I don't want to harp on that too much, because instead, when I went to Elon Musk's Twitter account to see if he went any deeper on the Tesla subscription model now for full self-driving services, I saw this little annoying nugget here from the brain of a supposed free speech advocate. Teaching people to hate America fundamentally destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Such teachings should be viewed as treason, and those who do it imprisoned. Wow. And he's referencing how high schoolers were polled, saying that many of them were taught that America was built on stolen land, and he is weighing in saying that that kind of teaching should be treasonous and the perpetrators thrown in jail. Very interesting take from the free speech guy who's probably fresh out of the K-hole. Elon, what the fuck, man? In what way does that even remotely fit into your narrative of being all for free speech no matter what? Let's just set everything else aside and we're just gonna play ball here. Let's assume very bad teachers teaching mumbo jumbo. This is outrageous curriculum here. Well then, what has happened for 100 years now is that if it is not a good teacher, not educating students, and, a bunch of gobbledygook that they're spitting out there that's not great, well then the school usually fires them. But why does Elon Musk want to go a step further and make it a crime punishable by being thrown in the slammer? Why does he believe that teachers that are teaching students something that he doesn't like means that it's treasonous and should have them landed in the big house? That's a little fucking odd. That feels like it goes very much against the core principle of free speech, which is a right that Americans have. And his reasoning for this perspective is super laughable when you look at who he's best friends with, fucking exchanging saliva and group hugging in the shower with. He says that this kind of teaching destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Huh. That's fascinating coming from you, Elon Musk. Do you remember only like a handful of months ago, not even a year ago, he made a tweet accusing Donald Trump of being in the Epstein files, which, by the way, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. He deleted the tweet later, but he made a very public statement about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files, which is a hard insinuation of Donald Trump being a potential pedophile. And now he's buddy-buddy with him again, which I would argue is not the makings of a true red-blooded American patriot. And also, as for a desire to defend our country, Elon, Donald Trump is a draft dodger. Are we forgetting that? When the country called upon him to protect it, he wasn't enthusiastically going over to Nam. In fact, he cooked up 5 deferments as well as a bone spurs narrative in order to get out of service to protect this country. So as far as a desire to defend our country goes, you have made best friends with someone who has explicitly, provably avoided doing just that. This nation called upon patriots to defend it. America was calling out to Trump to defend her, and he said, ouch, my bone spur, and didn't do it. So I don't know what the fuck you're yapping about with the desire to defend our country when you are actually sucking the entire asshole of Trump, whom you have also accused of being in the Epstein files. Like, come on. This is absurd. And I could go on and on, but I also want to make a mention that I scrolled through Elon's Twitter a little bit because I was looking for something in particular. He's very selective with what he calls out as an attack on free speech because he's the free speech guy. But man, I tell you, sports fans, it's real weird how it seems to be crickets from Elon Musk anytime it's related to Israel talking about how they'd like to be able to work towards controlling the conversation around certain topics. Like recently with Netanyahu openly stating that he believes the most important thing would be controlling some of the platforms. Or even more recently, only a couple weeks ago, an Israeli cybersecurity billionaire, Shlomo Kramer, went on television and point blank stated to the hosts and all the Americans watching the program that he believes the First Amendment needs to be limited so that free speech can be protected. He believes that the government needs to control the platforms and that free speech needs to be more limited. I feel like that'd be something very eye-opening to anyone that gives a fuck about free speech, and Elon Musk being the free speech guy, I thought for sure he'd make a peep about it, but nothing. Weird.
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, is revolutionize cyber warfare from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries, First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard, but thank you for sharing. It is refreshing to hear the perspective of a foreign billionaire saying how the First Amendment should be limited.
And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online.
Oh, now that's a really interesting play there. Yeah, that's like a fucking high-level football maneuver right there. John Madden level play. In order to protect free speech, we have to obliterate it, fundamentally. What he is saying is give control of the platforms to the government. And also, I'm not interpreting this. This is literally what he is saying out loud with his whole chest. The platforms need to be controlled by the government, and everyone needs to be unmasked before expressing themselves online. So anonymity gone, privacy gone, and free speech completely limited is the word he's using, but that nomenclature is not accurate. It would basically be fucking crumbled, and he is presenting this as though it is something that we need to be doing right now. I feel like this is a pretty big statement here that is very clearly against free speech, and Elon Musk, he will reply to like 50 follower accounts that just have some like dog shit that they drivel out, and he'll reply to them about free speech. Yet, this was a very big segment on CNBC, an actual televised program, and Elon Musk has nothing to say about it. Now, of course, Shlomo Kramer has no power to actually do anything with this plan that he's cooked up here, this idea that free speech needs to be limited, the First Amendment needs to be, gutted. But it's worth mentioning that Trump is basically Netanyahu's personal fleshlight. So I don't know how much power Shlomo Kramer holds in Israel or anything, so maybe he is able to lobby, for these First Amendment protocol limitations that maybe Netanyahu could whisper into Trump's ear. I have no fucking idea. What I do know is that he is saying this out loud in front of everybody, and yet the free speech guy Elon Musk has nothing he wants to say about that. I don't know. Feels a little weird.
And take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah, should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio.
I figured I'd let him finish his stance here on limiting the First Amendment, about how everything needs to be controlled by the government here, so that way they can better get their hands on everything and everyone to ensure that, maybe free speech doesn't need to be as free as it once was any longer. Sounds pretty shitty to me. I hate that. I think that's fucking terrible. But, Elon Musk is a busy man. He's got 4,000 tweets to tweet out a day, so maybe he just didn't see this one, or, maybe he had drafted a few but forgot to send because, 20,000 others went to the front of the queue there from his drafts. Surely he's going to get around to talking about it. Even just something simple like, oh, I didn't like hearing that. Free speech is extremely important to America. In fact, me personally, Charlie, I would say free speech is one of the most important rights Americans have. And it makes me a little concerned that I'm seeing so much public normalization about the idea of potentially limiting it. I started seeing this back in 2015, 2016-ish, and I've talked about it quite a bit since then. We have been slowly tiptoeing around this idea that maybe we need to look at free speech a little bit differently. And it's been getting more and more concerning, and as of late, it's getting out of control just how open this conversation has become now about no, we need to limit free speech. That's scary. Now, of course, that is again coming from a foreign billionaire. I haven't seen something that bold from anyone on American soil yet, but I feel like we're not far off with how this conversation's been developing, and that shit sucks. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about it for now. That's really about it. See ya. You might be surprised to learn that there's big drama bubbling over in regards to the Super Mario Galaxy movie and the reception to it. So, in a nutshell, there's actually a few different things going on. A lot of bloody battles being fought with mangled corpses left in the wake. The Thunderdome that's claimed the most souls here is about the critic score versus the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. People are having a fiery conversation, a lot of shit and spit flying about the discrepancy between the two, arguing that it illustrates that critics are just this worthless fungus that are out of touch and don't represent real taste, and the audience score is the only reliable metric on Rotten Tomatoes. And I actually half agree. I'm not exactly the biggest fist-pumping enthusiast for critic scores. I'll often check what critics are saying about a new game or a new movie or show that's come out just to kind of get a gauge of what to expect when going into it, but I never take their word as gospel, and whatever the score they give it isn't something that computes in my head and changes the way I view it, but it is something I at least look at, though I don't put a ton of stock into it. And this is coming from someone who always gives an opinion on new games, movies, and shows. I do that very often, but I would never consider myself a critic. I'm just a fucking guy who goes and watches a bunch of shit and plays a bunch of shit, and I'll just tell you what I thought of it. That's kind of the end of that. Not a whole lot else to digest there. So you can agree or disagree with it till the cows come home. I'm never really trying to give some kind of objective metric on if something was actually amazing or dog shit. Just, in my eyes, if it was great or poo-poo. But I fully, whole hog, full chub disagree with the other half of the argument that the audience scores is the one that's actually indicative of the quality of something. I have screamed this from the mountaintops for years that Rotten Tomatoes, Jesus Christ, I sound like an actual Neanderthal. Rotten Tomatoes audience score is almost as useless as Pam Bondi. It's not like that's somehow more reliable in any way, shape, or form. Now, critic reviews, especially in recent times, are extremely all over the place and, oftentimes very out of touch. I agree with that. But audience scores it's not like they're free from that sin either. Basically, every movie ever that comes out has a pretty high audience score on Rotten Tomato, no matter how terrible it is. Something could hit the theaters tomorrow, The Haunting of Titty Nippleless, and it'll be the worst thing your eyes have ever seen. Like, actually an affront to God. And then you'll check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like 75%. And genuinely, do this right now. Any movie that you've seen that you didn't like, check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's probably pretty high. Like, recently, Scream 7 came out. That movie's pretty trash. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. Do this for anything. Look at one of the worst Disney movies to come out in recent memory, Snow White from last year. 69% on Rotten Tomatoes for the audience score. Look at the worst Marvel movies of the last half decade. 75%, 77%, 79%, 76%. It is a given that anything that comes out is gonna have a pretty respectable Rotten Tomatoes audience score. It's almost a guarantee, like the sun rising every day. It's very, very rare to see like an actual catastrophic audience score for a film. Like even The Strangers Chapter 3 from last year, genuinely the conclusion to the worst horror trilogy ever made. And just as a reminder, in case you don't know, because a lot of you probably don't, they rebooted The Strangers. I'm not talking about The Strangers with Liv Tyler from way back in the day, which is a classic. They rebooted it with Chapter 1, 2, and 3. Genuinely the worst horror trilogy ever made. And the conclusion is perhaps one of the worst pieces of horror that has ever fucking contaminated the cinema. Even that has a 49% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. So I'm not a big believer that the audience score is somehow the correct metric. Because no matter what, it's always going to be significantly higher than it should ever have any right to be for things that are actually bad. So Super Mario Galaxy movie having a 90% doesn't mean that it's a masterpiece that just critics don't understand. It just means fans are very excited about it. And thus they go and just storm 10 out of 10 reviews, which jacks the score way up, and everything's always positive. Like, the audience score isn't much better than critics, is the point I'm making. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I gave you my thoughts on it a couple days ago. Overall, I think it is worse than the first Mario Brothers movie, which I actually really enjoyed. I think it is a huge step backwards. It is basically Jingling Keys, the movie. A lot of people are calling it that, and that's exactly what it is. It's a movie that has pretty much no substance at all. There's not even really a plot. There's a few plot elements that constantly are jumbled around. It is a mess in everything except for its visuals. Its animation is stunning. It's very colorful, and it's very fun animation to watch, especially with the fights, and the music is absolutely slapping. They got boner jams out the wazoo there, with very recognizable tracks remixed, and they sound great. But as a film, it is not very good. Basically, the film's formula is, here's something, and now that something is solved in the next 3 minutes. So that way they can get to the next something and just keep ham-fisting cameos till the cows come home the entire journey of this film. It is basically a movie that is all designed to just have you point at the screen going, oh, I recognize that, I get that reference. It's basically like the Star Wars formula where fans, glup shitto out anytime they recognize something. That is the Super Mario Galaxy film. It is entirely built around just, here's like a small problem that is so small that we solve it in 2 minutes. So that way we can get to the next small thing and show you some more cameos, and then we can solve that real quick to get to the next thing. The story flows like it's actually a child playing with action figures and making up a story as they go along. And then Mario beats them, and then Bowser gets teleported out of the bee mines right after he hits the first rock, so he's reunited with his son, and then he forgets all about Mario and Luigi and their friendship, so that way they can blow up things in the universe with Planet Bowser, and then everything it gets solved real quick. It's just a mess. It is genuinely a mess. But like I said, it is Jingling Keys, the movie, so kids are absolutely going to love it. And that is mainly what it's catering to, more so than the first film. I thought the first film was enjoyable for anyone of all ages. It was just a good time. This is solely for children, I would say, or fans of the property that just want to point at the screen going, I remember that, or watching some fights that are cool. The fights are cool. It's just there's no real substance around them. Now, if you like it, all power to you. All I'm saying is, it's just not really a very good movie, I don't think. So there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. But now people are vilifying anyone that doesn't like it, saying like, oh, they're expecting it to be Shawshank Redemption, this kids movie. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous how anyone would dare critique a children's film. It's just amazing how far we've devolved, where now kids films and kids shows and anything geared towards kids is just expected to be trash. Like, it's just accepted that it's just going to be slop, sludge, garbage, just radioactive ooze. And if you try and, like, point out, you know, some flaws in it, you're the bad guy. It's weird to say that something like this has problems. It makes no sense to me, because it's not like we were always this way. Look at the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie came out like a decade ago, and everyone hated that. Everyone was critiquing it, rightfully so. It was a dog shit film, but it was solely for children. If the Emoji Movie came out today, I bet people would keep this same energy of, well, why are you critiquing the Emoji Movie? It's for kids. This is dumb. It does exactly what it needs to do. My kids love it, which means it's the perfect film. You're dumb for pointing out flaws. It's just very interesting to see how we've reached this point in a pretty short period of time. Just because something is catered towards a young audience doesn't mean it has to be bad. Take, for example, Transformers 1, to go from recent memory. That is an animated feature film that is geared towards children, but it's also just a genuinely good movie. And there's plenty of other examples to pull from, like Toy Story. I just find it so fucking lame that we're in this era where the prevailing perspective is, yeah, it's a kid's movie, so of course it's gotta be slop. Get over it. Like, that's like the main perspective now. Very fucking dumb. But by far the dumbest part of this genre, and what I've been saving for last, the best part of it, is now Super Mario Galaxy has been fully politicized. Like, now it's become a huge political battle about conservatives versus liberals, because, I mean, in the age of Twitter, it's gotta be. So I shit you not, there's been a huge debate about it, because people are saying, oh, all these critics are giving Mario Galaxy bad reviews because they're all woke fucking liberals that just can't tolerate a good old-fashioned conservative film with conservative values. Which blew me away. Which, like, I found it to be a crazy take, but this tweet right here is one that I've seen reposted on a ton of pages. The protagonist is male. There are no black people. There are no homosexuals. The main romance is heterosexual. If your movie meets these standards, it will be vilified by the media. Different iterations of that have been spewed out and regurgitated by the thousands of drones that do rage bait on Twitter, the blue check marks. But this is something that people are having a real conversation about, which is crazy because the last Mario Brothers movie was applauded far more by most people, myself included. It was just a better film. But it was the same thing. Protagonist was male. There were no black characters. There were no homosexual characters. And the romance was still heterosexual. It's like they forgot that this is the sequel to a movie, and that the main complaint about this one is that it's worse than the last one. This film relies solely on, remember this, remember this, remember this, who gets this reference, who gets this reference, oh, come on, jingling keys, don't fall asleep, come on. It's just not very good. Like, I just don't feel it's as good as the last movie, and a lot of people share that sentiment. It has nothing to do with any of what this garbage they're spewing out is. That's the biggest fucking nothing burger ever. Because it is following the exact same formula from the last movie, it just does it worse. And really, if you want to dive into the nitty-gritty, Super Mario Galaxy is significantly more woke than the last Mario movie. By their standards of wokeness, this one turned the dial up past 10. This shit went turbo mode in wokeness. I feel like they haven't even seen the film and they're talking about it like this. Jiminy Christmas, one of the core elements of the plot here, one of the few plot elements they don't just forget about and wipe their ass with and abandon immediately, is the fact that Peach is a badass who doesn't need saving. She is now just fully capable of just clapping cheeks and saving her sister herself. And that sister connection is the strongest force in the universe. Big spoiler alert, the entire day is saved, the whole universe is saved by Peach and Rosalina touching hands, and the force of their sisterhood and their powers together combined instantly saved the day. By all of the definitions that they have ever talked about in regards to other films, this would be something that they would call a girl boss character and a woke film. But for some reason, now they're arguing the opposite. It's so peculiar. Because if you actually watch this movie and you are trying to follow their logic, then this film being more woke by their standards than the last one should mean that it has a higher critic score, like is more positively received by critics than the last one. but it's not. But the point is, this is just a complete nothing statement about it being, it's conservative versus liberal. That's what it all boils down to. It doesn't. It's just not really a great movie, and it's a huge step back from the last Mario Brothers movie. That's really it. It doesn't go deeper than that. Again, most of the formula is still exactly the same from the last one. They just do it worse and messier and rely significantly more on just cameos and remember this, remember that, who gets this reference, that kind of thing, which isn't overly great. And it's something that gets criticized often in other things like Star Wars. So all of a sudden now it's weird to say that that's like a negative about a film. It's just... the whole discourse around the Super Mario Galaxy movie is fucking wacky. I had to yap about it. I couldn't resist yapping about it. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. You think you're so slick, huh, keeping secrets from me? You thought I wouldn't find out about one of the biggest flops of 2025? You thought you could bury that information without me unearthing it in order to huff the fumes of a Concorde-level failure? You imbecile! Perhaps I'm being a bit gung-ho comparing this to a Concorde-level disaster, but this flop we're about to discuss is a really catastrophic one. And I hadn't heard a peep about this until I just happened to stumble across an article going over it today. That is how under the radar this one has managed to fly, even though presumably millions of dollars were spent on marketing it and developing it. It comes from Amazon, that is the publisher of the game. Raise your hand if you've heard of King of Meat. Anyone that put their hand up I know is a liar. I don't trust you. Go fuck yourself. You're tacky and I hate you. In classic video game industry delusion, some of the executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat were expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for like these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a project that had presumably millions of dollars poured into it. This isn't just some like random, Steam stinker that a solo dev put together in one afternoon and only like 3 people on the planet have accidentally downloaded. This was a big production that they put a lot of oomph and elbow grease behind. The biggest being a dedicated Mr. Beast video. On Mr. Beast Gaming, he did an entire YouTuber challenge, beat this game, win $250,000. With 7 million views, he posted it 2 months ago, and it's all to promote King of Meat. He brought out a bunch of YouTubers to exclusively play King of Meat and win money, and it is an expensive production and set they put on here, all to try and get people to flock to King of Meat. They thought by getting Jimmy Beast on the horn for a dedicated video, it would put so much motion behind this project, but unfortunately, it's doing the Black Beetle challenge right now. There's no motion in sight. There's not an ounce of movement. And I can't even imagine the price tag that this must have cost them. Like, I can't even fathom what an integration would cost in a Mr. Beast video, let alone an entire dedicated video for it. Like, that has to be in the 7 figures. This is like a Super Bowl commercial to these companies, no doubt. So to put that much money into King of Meat and not see even a single crumb, not a morsel of return on that, holy shit, that is brutal. It's actually pretty interesting because now I'm really wondering what kind of return do companies see when buying slots on Mr. Beast content? Because we have very easily accessible data when it comes to King of Meat. Like, even looking in the comment section of the 7 million view video that he posted, which is exclusively an advertisement for this game, people seemed excited about it. Like, they seemed like they were interested in it, that it's a well-received video, and not a single one of them seemed to have picked up the game themselves. It's pretty interesting. But maybe you could chalk that up to maybe it's just not their cup of tea. Maybe Mr. Beast Gaming doesn't have an audience of meat maniacs ready to go spend 30 clams on this product. Or maybe Mr. Beast audience just kind of likes to eyes glaze over and just watch all the flashing colors in the stimulation and maybe don't want to engage with whatever is being advertised there. Also entirely possible. I just find it so interesting because, like I said, I can't even imagine how much this must have cost. Now, this is an Amazon published game, so it's literally chump change to them, even if it is in the 7 figures, it doesn't matter to them. But I'll tell you who it does matter to is the actual developers behind the game. Because according to the article, Glowmade Games, the studio behind King of Meat, is looking like the workforce will be suffering layoffs here. There's been word of layoffs confirmed by multiple Glowmade employees on LinkedIn that come just a couple months after King of Meat's lackluster performance. So it's looking like there's going to be an unknown amount of employees that will no longer be working at Glowmade because of how poorly this has done. And there was apparently even discussions earlier about voluntary redundancies that would impact about a dozen people. It's all a little up in the air, but it's looking like because this game has done so poorly, they're going to be cutting a lot of team members, which I feel bad for everyone that's going to potentially lose their job from this game not performing well. And I think a lot of that falls onto leadership's shoulders. After playing the game and even just looking at like the Mr. Beast video and their ads, I could tell you this was never going to reach 100,000 concurrent players off rip. It's too corporate. This is a game that doesn't have the same feeling as the other like big party games that people actually are hooked on or immediately, bit onto the nipple of. This is a game that does feel like Suits kind of trying to play a formula and capitalize off of how big these friend party games have become, this niche. It doesn't have that same feel to it. And after playing it, I can tell you it's not a bad game or anything, but there's nothing in here that I feel like would ever have me go back to it. Like, I would never choose to play King of Meat over any of the other, like, really fun party games and friend games that I play with my buddies. This feels like a game that would have released on the old Xbox 360 arcade that you'd play maybe one time with a friend of yours and then you both just say, like, let's just do Castle Crashers or something instead. This isn't a game that I think they should have ever had that kind of expectation on with these huge fucking shoot for the stars to infinity and beyond fucking Buzz Lightyear style predictions of like 100k concurrent players. That just sets up the entire team for failure, and I feel like if they had just had it be more realistic, well, maybe then they wouldn't be looking at layoffs. They could have calibrated the budget, calibrated the marketing and everything to account for that. But, they went hog wild buying a Mr. Beast dedicated video and shit like that. And a Mr. Beast partnership. He has an entire, dungeon in the game that you can play, which, like I said, I couldn't even get enough people in a game to play, so I ended up having to solo it myself. I'll go ahead and put that footage here, I guess. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest flops of the year, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it yet. I had to yap about it. It is fucking fascinating. Mr. Beast Dungeons! What? I see Mr. Beast. Let's do it. Any Mr. Beast meters? Wait. My controller was vibrating. Does that mean somebody's about to show up? Somebody was thinking of playing? No, the estimated time's going up. What's going on? It can't be! I'm alone! Okay, I see how this is gonna go. Time to solo Mr. Beast in here. Is Jimmy gonna talk to me?
Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Curved B.
I probably couldn't afford to have Mr. Beast do any VA for it.
Only two options. Little dynamos, this lot.
Yeah. I can do this. Clean.
Smash that stuff.
Clean. Ooh, close. But I'm in the perfect rotation right now. Oh, yeah. Hit it! Oh, yeah! No!
That looked painful.
He said he'll let me see my family if I can complete Beast Dungeons and King of Meat. Oh, just when you thought he was out of tricks. I did it! I beat the Beast Dungeon on my first try.
They've done it.
Got another disgusting update for you here today. It has just been reported that Maxwell is being moved to a minimum security prison in Texas with no explanation for why, and there are no answers for any of the questions people have about this, but the timing is very suspicious considering she just started cooperating with the DOJ behind closed doors, which again there is no transparency with in regards to anything that was talked about there. Now she's mysteriously just being pushed into a very, very minimum security prison, which is it's a camp, by the way. It's a minimum security prison camp where it is usually reserved for non-violent, like white-collar criminals, shit like fraud. And now she's enjoying a cozy stay there. Now, her previous spot was also like on the lower end of prisons. It wasn't exactly like Azkaban they had her held up in, but there were still serious offenders in there, and it wasn't nearly as lax as the place she has just been moved to in Texas, seemingly out of nowhere.
The move comes a week after Maxwell met in private with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche at the U.S. Attorney's office in Tallahassee. The details of that meeting have not been made public. It also comes after the family of one of Maxwell's alleged victims, Virginia Giuffre, spoke to our own Hallie Jackson, urging the president not to pardon Maxwell.
Isn't that just fucking preposterous that the family of one of the victims has to come forward and beg the president to not pardon a convicted child sex trafficker who was a co-conspirator to the biggest pedophile and sex trafficker in this country's history? Because there's a very real possibility that it's something he's considered because he keeps fucking teasing it, him and his administration.
The big question here is, do we know why Maxwell was moved?
It is the big question, Zinkley, and the United States Department of Justice spokespeople are refusing to provide any answer or comment this afternoon. We have called them, we have texted them, we have emailed them.
They're staying extremely tight-lipped around the reasoning with this sudden move. It's very suspicious. I think anybody that's activating neurons should be able to tell you that something smells very fishy here. Instead of releasing the Epstein files, which it seems like is never going to happen here, which has gone through the craziest song and dance. It's been like 10 seasons worth of plot twists in regards to that from this administration. First, they're going to release them day one when Trump's in office. Next, they're coming. Next, they're on Pam Bondi's desk. Next, turns out it was a figment of everyone's imagination. It was a made-up boogeyman. Everyone just fucking, ayahuasca tripped and envisioned these files, but they were never actually real. No such thing as the Epstein files. Then, no, the Epstein files are real, but they're a Democrat hoax. Next, the files are compromised, so instead we're going to Maxwell directly to get all the names and dangling a pardon in front of her face. Now, all of this happening behind closed doors, by the way, this conversation with Maxwell, whom I imagine will be squealing and singing any names that the administration wants her to, omitting the ones they don't want her to say, and saying whatever names they'd like to put in her mouth. And now, all of a sudden, she's just being transferred to a very minimum security prison that sounds almost like a summer camp that also has another celebrity resident there, Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. You remember that huge scam? This is one of those like cozy bougie prisons where like the rich elite get privileged to go to
a facility that, frankly, and you can look at it on Google Earth, the fence line is the type of fence that you would put around a school. In many places, there's no razor wire. There's not a fence that would be difficult to climb. The gates of it look more like the gates of a country club than they do of a federal prison. So this is one of the camps that people like to go to. It's all women's. We do have a response from several of the victims saying today President Trump has sent a clear message today. Pedophiles deserve
deserve preferential treatment and their victims do not matter. That's coming from Annie Farmer, Maria Farmer, and the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
Yeah, it really does seem that way, huh? It's very weird, so peculiar how Trump is so buddy-buddy and cozy with so many pedophiles, and even just last night proudly presented and brought aboard a registered sex offender to be part of the sports commission that will be overseeing things like the youth presidential fitness test, which is being brought back.
You want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, that don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him.
If you know anything about football, you probably recognized who that was immediately. That's Lawrence Taylor. He is a Hall of Famer, probably still to date the hardest tackler in NFL history. But Lawrence Taylor is a registered sex offender. In 2011, he pled guilty to sexual misconduct with a 16-year-old who was trafficked, by the way, and has since been on the sex offenders registry. He was registered as a level 1 offender, and some people are actually using this as a defense of him. Like, it's not that big of a deal. He's just a level 1 sex offender, which is crazy. But that's the times we're living in right now with the absolute lunatics running wild outside of fucking Arkham Asylum. They're now just in society here with us. Anyway, though, the facts are he pled guilty to 1 count of soliciting a prostitute and a 2nd count of sexual misconduct and having sex with a woman without consent since the victim was 16. Under oath, he admitted to having sex with a 16-year-old, but claimed that she had told him she was 19, so he believed she was of the age of consent. Now, I don't know about all you lovely people out there. I'm not trying to put farts in your butthole here, but I'm gonna go ahead and maybe be a little brave here. This might be, just a spicy hot take, but I'm gonna let it rip anyway. I don't think a registered sex offender who has openly admitted to having sex with a sex-trafficked individual he thought was of the age of consent but was actually a child is really the best fit for the Presidential Sporting Commission here that will be overseeing activities for children. Now, maybe it's just me with those crazy thoughts, though. Maybe that's the problem, actually. I'm not open-minded enough to see why this is actually such a galaxy brain good idea. Because there's a lot of people defending it. Like, how's Trump supposed to know? This was 14 years ago. It's ancient history. What's the big deal? And then people just excusing it like, oh, it happened so long ago and Trump is such a busy man. There's no way you could have possibly known about this history with Lawrence Taylor. Like, what the fuck, man? It's a sex offenders registry. It's public knowledge. All of Lawrence Taylor's neighbors know it. How could the White House not know it before hiring him to bring him on board for this sporting commission? Do they not do any homework on the people they hire? Is there no vetting process whatsoever? They just hire anybody randomly? I mean, actually, that's probably exactly how it goes. Because even Lawrence Taylor, when Trump, babies him up there, Trump talks to him like he's talking to, an actual 4-year-old, by the way, like, oh, do you want to come say something? Come on. And then, rubs his back. Come on, say something. Which is super weird in and of itself, by the way. But when Lawrence Taylor does talk, he's like, don't really know why I'm here. Don't really know what we're supposed to be doing. But I'm happy to be here. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing there. Why is he hired? That is the perfect encapsulation of this whole administration. What he said. Don't really know why I'm here and I don't know what I'm doing. That is exactly what the fuck is happening right now. Everything from the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and all of the circus shit that has followed. It is unbelievable. And it somehow just keeps getting worse. Just stew on this. Really just fucking sit and spin on this preposterous shit that we are seeing here. It is not normal. It is not okay. It actually seems like this administration is trying to normalize pedophilia. It literally does seem that way. He just added a sex offender to the President's Council of Sports, Nutrition, and Fitness, which will give initiatives to children. What is happening? How can that possibly not be something that everybody comes out and says, whoa, this is fucked up? There is no defense of that. There are hundreds of other NFL legends that you could have put on this council if you really wanted to. That aren't sex offenders and shit. It's crazy. It's like he goes out of his way to find pedophiles and be close with them and give them positions of power. It does feel like he gives preferential treatment to pedophiles. He's moving Maxwell to a cozier, more low-security prison in Texas for some reason that's not being disclosed. He's got Lawrence Taylor now as part of this president council. It's absolutely unhinged. I had to talk about it. Sorry, I've been yapping quite a bit about it now, but it is incomprehensible. Like, to a sane society, this would be unforgivable. But it's just still unfolding in front of everyone's faces, and some people are just so brainwashed and lost that they accept it and just move on like it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Like, all of the evil people that were on the Epstein client list are still getting away with it with no punishment, and the only person who has faced any punishment at all for being a co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is maybe going to be receiving a pardon. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll stop blabbering for now. That's really about it. See ya.
It's that special time of year again. We're looking at what are the worst 5 games of 2025. Now, this was a pretty stacked year for gaming. I've said that quite a bit. There were some bangers in here, some slappers, but for every hit, there is a shit. And there were plenty of shits this year. However, I think as far as worst game of the year goes, this one was pretty easy for me to choose. But anyway, I think the other 4 might be kind of surprising and worth mentioning. I even did some real-time analysis on stream, seeing if there were any other terrible games I might have missed, and I played them on stream. I won't show you the footage of me playing through them before the finalized list, but if you want to watch the full playthroughs of those, of course, they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. So yeah, anyway, get your popcorn out. It's worst games of 2025 coming at you raw. Brought to you by Cheeky, powered by Cheeky Soap. The only thing worse than bad games is bad hygiene, so go ahead and fix that with the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com. Also, our Chainsaw Man soap, our collector's boxes for the Chainsaw Man movie are about to be restocked the next day or two. I'm not sure when this video is going to go up. They might be restocked by the time this is live. I already know what the worst game of the year is, but I'd have to really think on what 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place would be. I played so many games this year. Unlike last year where I missed out on a lot, this year I played like the entire kit and caboodle of like everything that came out. If your old 4th grade English professor found Unity assets and put something on Steam for $50, I probably played it at some point. I played everything. And yet this year was so stacked, I still missed some bangers that I need to go back and play. But this year, I've got a firm handle on like every game that came out. You skipped every Nintendo game. Yeah, well, aside from Nintendo games, I literally played 0. They can hold my Johnson. So I already know what the worst is. Now we need to find what's almost as bad. I don't want to cheap out on it and do like the really small, terrible indie games that I've played. I don't think that's super fun. I feel like that's a little too easy. And there's nothing that I played that was so incredibly shitty in that area that I would put it there. So I really gotta think. I gotta rack my brain. I want to give an honorable mention to something that, by all definitions, is not a good game, but it's probably one of the most unique experiences I've ever had gaming. It is I can't even remember the name of it. It was called like Learn to Fight, Fight with Me, Time for Fight and Fighting or something. Hold on, I have a video of it on the gaming channel and I can't remember the name right now. But I want to start with an honorable mention here. Honorable mention to this game right here. This is such a fun one. Hack and Slash Fury. That's what it is. Hack and Slash Fury. Time to blow me away. This is very... Just look at this.
All. Impressive. The Dark Warriors. To have beat it much years ago with an earthquake. Yeah, it was very much time ago.
It was indeed very much time ago. Hack and Slash Fury, legitimately I had a wonderful time playing, but you could make an argument that it's not an incredible game. I want to give it an honorable mention here, but also a recommendation, because that shit was special. Okay, and now to the core 5. So far, nothing super terrible jumping out at me here. I really, really didn't like Assassin's Creed Shadows at all, but I'm just not a huge Assassin's Creed fan. So I don't think it's necessarily like an objectively shitty game. It's just a game and a franchise that I am so beyond bored with. I'll keep it up there as a just in case, because it is my top 5 list. I'm not scientifically looking at the worst games of the year. It's the ones I had the least amount of fun with, and that would definitely be in there. No, yeah, it was coming up in June. FBC Firebreak is definitely going to be on the top 5 worst of the year, though, that's for sure. Oh wow, June is where the worst game of the year came out, too. Big month for shitters, holy. I'll get more into Mind's Eye later, but I think everyone knows this is the worst game of the year. And it's not even a close competition. This is, not only is the game disastrously horrible, but everything that happened afterwards is just a remarkable clown show. With Leslie making a fool of himself constantly, saying that the only reason it's getting negative reviews is because of sabotage and like jealousy or whatever. Well, we'll get more into that one in a minute. FBC Firebreak is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year, no doubt. Didn't play Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. Finally sat out one of those games. Much to the chagrin of chat. I don't know how many times I had to reiterate, I'm not playing that. I just do not like the franchise. I might put this in my top 5 worst games just because of how miserable chat was for me not playing this. Hunter x Hunter Nin Impact I was going to play, but everyone said it was really bad, so I didn't play, and then it looked like there was a lot of very fun, crazy tech in it, and then I was tempted to play it again, then never did. Killing Floor 3, similar story. Was pumped to play Killing Floor 3. Everyone said it blew ass, and then I just didn't play it. Maybe I should have, just for the sake of the top 5 worst games of the year. Oh, this is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year. The House of the Dead 2 remake. Holy shit, did they butcher that. That was a disaster. We're almost to the end of the year. And I actually only have 4 games that I genuinely really didn't didn't like. At least from, like, the big releases. Little Nightmares 3 was pretty disappointing just because of how short it was, but that definitely isn't enough to put it in the top 5 worst by any means. But it was pretty underwhelming. It wasn't made by the original Little Nightmares team, which explains it, but still. Kind of a shame. Skipped King of Meat. Did I? That's what I was looking for. Was King of Meat in here? Oh, you're right. It just doesn't even have its own Wikipedia. Imagine paying unfathomable amounts of money, no doubt 7 figures, for like a Mr. Beast dedicated video and all of like the streamer influencer marketing, and not even being big enough to have a Wikipedia page for your game. That's crazy. Wow. Definitely King of Meat, though, in the top 5 worst of the year. Not even objectively one of the worst games of the year, but very similar to like a Concord level failure where tons of money was clearly poured into this project only for it to be a complete colossal flop. So that definitely has to make it just for that reason. Oh, now I gotta go all the way back. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Didn't play it. First Call of Duty I skipped in a long time because this shit just looked like ass. Oh, Let It Die. The new Let It Die game. That would probably... Man, maybe I should play some of these, like, absolutely terrible games just for the sake of this top 5. Because I know the new Let It Die game would definitely be on there. It's a pay-to-win disaster. We went over it on stream not long ago. I know if I played Let It Die or Killing Floor 3, they'd probably squeak out a spot on this. I think I should play both of these because I have no doubt they will both probably make it. Because if I don't, then my top 5 would include Assassin's Creed Shadow, which even though I personally didn't like it at all, I know that it's not an objectively worst game of the year for top 5. Let It Die Inferno is $25 and still filled to the brim with microtransactions? No way, right? I thought it was free. According to Metacritic, you only played 1 out of their 10 worst games, which was Mind's Eye. What were the other ones? That's crazy. I missed all of the big stinkers this year. Usually that's all I play. That's surprising. Second place was Blood of Marin. Or third place was Blood of Marin. Second place was Fire Emblem Mobile. The hell is Blood of Marin? Oh, this looks like my kind of bad game. Wait a minute. We might need to pivot here in a second.
Stand up. Now, I demand. It's my sworn code to end your life with a sword.
Oh man, that's music to my ears. Yeah, we gotta do that. How long do you think it'll take to beat? I'm definitely not beating Blood of Marin. I'll tell you that much. I'll probably put like an hour into this puppy and it'll probably be enough to let me know if it's a top 5 worst game of the year. I then played through Blood of Marin and then Let It Die Inferno just to give them a fair shake and see if they were going to be a worse experience than Assassin's Creed Shadow. I'm not going to show you those playthroughs here. If you want to see the full playthroughs they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. That was fun. Does it make the top 5 list? I'll be honest, I don't think so. I had more fun playing that than I did Assassin's Creed Shadows. Granted, I think this is obviously a much worse game. But it's my fucking top 5, and I enjoyed this more than Assassin's Creed Shadows. The new updates to Killing Floor 3 are quite good. Is it not as shitty as it was a couple months ago? I don't know if anything will beat Shadows. You were so miserable playing that. Yeah, I just can't in good conscience put it in the top 5 worst of the year, because it's not. I just fucking hate Assassin's Creed. I hate that series so much. Alright, Let It Die Inferno. I actually played this when it came out originally, the first Let It Die, and it was enjoyable. Apparently Inferno does everything wrong. So I guess we'll see how they massacred my boy. Okay, so what is a room match, I wonder? Room creation is unavailable in the standard edition. Please upgrade to the deluxe edition or higher. What? Okay, that probably just landed it on my top 5 worst games of the year. That is egregious. Are you serious? What? I just paid $25 for this and I can't even use an actual, like, standard feature of hosting a room? No way. Is the deluxe edition a free upgrade? No way, right? There's no way they would paywall that. I didn't even notice there was a deluxe edition. Let's see. Deluxe edition is $45. So I paid $25, and I need to pay $45 in order to do a room. That's crazy. There's also one more edition, the Ultimate Edition. That's $60. Is there also another game mechanic that's paywalled there? That's nuts. Am I misunderstanding something? Because this feels like absurd. And I could see like this game being fun, like getting into it. But this is absurd. Like that is crazy. Like I heard the microtransactions were bad. We went down that rabbit hole. We already knew. But I didn't see anyone mention this. To me, this is just beyond greedy. Okay, so now I can comfortably finish the top 5 worst games of the year. Assassin's Creed Shadow does not make the cut. At number 5, it'll be House of the Dead 2 Remake. This is probably one of the worst remakes you'll ever find for anything. When I played through this on the gaming channel on a whim, I didn't know it was so bad. They completely ruined House of the Dead 2. So that comfortably gets number 5. At number 4, Let It Die Inferno. Like, after having just played it for, what, hour and a half or something, which isn't a lot. It's barely enough for, like 2 or 3 Hellgate runs.
It's slower than the first, but the reason it's here should be pretty obvious. It literally paywalls you from basic content. So I bought the $25 game, which I already knew was littered with microtransactions, but when I tried to create a room, which is what I believe to be a pretty basic feature, and it's right there at your fucking fingertips, when you try and create it, it says you can't do that unless you upgrade to Deluxe Edition, which is $45. That is unfathomable amounts of greed that I just truly cannot believe exists. So that is why it is easily in the number 4 slot. Even though there are some things to like about the game, that is unacceptable. Number 3, FBC Firebreak. What a stinker. This game was a miserable 4.5 hour experience. It was fine in the beginning. It's just like a very simple game. But within the first 30 minutes, you have seen and experienced everything this game has to offer. So FBC Firebreak is pretty easily there as well. Also, one of the first games that I played for the gaming channel, by the way, when I launched that. Number 2, King of Meat. King of Meat should be obvious. Even though I think there is some fun to be had with the game if you and your buddies, want to do something for a little bit as a adventure together, you could maybe squeeze half an hour of fun out of it. Maybe. But it's also a $30 game for what feels like a free-to-play mobile experience. And it is also a colossal flop on the level that the likes of which we haven't seen to this level since Concord. Millions of dollars went into this, as well as marketing for this with Mr. Beast, influencers, and all kinds of shit, and ads out the wazoo, even Discord orbs, and nobody played it. Peak player count of 320. It's just a disaster across the board. And then number 1, a surprise to nobody, it's Mind's Eye. This game, there's not a single redeeming quality to this game. Everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with this game, and Leslie, being as delusional as he is, made it even worse, put the actual bow on top of this shit package by just being a complete asshole about everyone who was criticizing it. The game just super sucks. And it was broken. And it was broken. Again, everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with Mind's Eye. Hot take, Mind's Eye better than FBC Firebreak. That is a hot take, I disagree. As an FBC Firebreak hater, I can tell you confidently you're wrong. This game, you didn't play it then. I played this shit start to finish, and my god does it blow ass. He actually beat Mind's Eye, what a warrior. Hey, I'm no hero. I did it for the gaming channel, baby. Mind's Eye 2 will redeem it. Hey, I actually wouldn't put it past Leslie to try and make a Mind's Eye 2. I genuinely think there is a non-zero chance he actually tries a Mind's Eye 2. They had the gall to put out DLC for Mind's Eye only a month ago, by the way. For all zero Mind's Eye enthusiasts. The protagonist VA did an okay job, though. I feel bad for whoever plays the main character here. I said it during the game, too. That guy is trying, and I know he also got shafted with Mafia 3 as well. He's a talented performer. But whoever his agent is, he needs to dump ASAP, because they are choosing some shit for him. Don't you want to know what happens to Jacob Diaz? Is that the name of the main character in Mind's Eye? I couldn't even tell you. Oh yeah, Jacob Diaz. I don't even... The only thing I remember about it is when the fucking aliens come into the fold. I actually lost my mind when they brought in, the interdimensional being aspect of the story. For the last decade, Xbox has kind of been like the James Corden of gaming consoles, where it's a joke that's just sad. It doesn't make you laugh, it just makes you feel bad, because Xbox used to be such a juggernaut. And it's no secret, Xbox has been struggling harder than me trying to reach something on the top shelf of my kitchen. They just have not been able to find their footing. They haven't really been flourishing in the gaming space for quite a while. And now it's looking like they're just getting put in the dirt. It looks like they're going straight to Valhalla. Phil Spencer
is leaving Xbox, and he is being replaced by a new individual who has no experience in gaming whatsoever, at least nothing that is publicly available, and is basically solely AI driven, like all in on AI, which is about as exciting as getting kicked in the scrotum. This is just a recipe for disaster, especially considering most people can identify the solution to the Xbox problem. Their woes have a very glaring, obvious solve that would probably help them a lot. Most people can pin the tail on this donkey. Can you guess it? I'll hit you with the Door of the Explorer. More games. There was a time when Microsoft shut down more studios than games they released in the first half of 2024. Microsoft has become more known for shutting down studios than they have releasing games. So the Xbox problem is no games. How do you solve that? Games. Like, there's just no reason to own an Xbox when there's nothing that's really coming to it. So now you have someone who's in this position that doesn't have any relationship with games, like, in their history. So this problem is still seemingly going to go unsolved. For all of Phil Spencer's faults and, like, the missteps with Microsoft, it's pretty inarguable that Phil Spencer at least knew games. Like, he was in the games industry for decades. And even though, of course, he made some real wacky, insano-style calls, especially with, like, fucking Redfall, Lord help us all, heavens to Betsy. Sometimes you'll still wake up with cold sweats remembering that disaster, that blunder. But even still, he at least had so much experience in the games industry, which this new leader does not. So let's kind of go through the whole thing. We'll start with Phil Spencer's departure here from Microsoft. He actually made a Twitter post about it saying, "It's rare in life to know when a chapter is closing, but after 38 years at Microsoft, that moment has arrived for me. I've made the decision to retire and begin the next chapter of my life. It's a milestone that's given me a chance to reflect on the incredible journey I've been fortunate enough to share with so many of you." Now, also, Xbox President Sarah Bond is leaving as well, so both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond are no longer with Xbox. Well, will soon be no longer with Xbox. It's a sweet, concise message, just letting everyone know that he's sailing off into the sunset. And I think it makes a lot of sense here. He's been in this industry at this company for many decades now, many, many moons, and he wants to do something else. Totally understandable. I also imagine that the last few years at Microsoft here haven't been the most fun with everything that's been happening with Xbox. And Phil Spencer's been the face of Xbox. And recently, that face has been getting shoved in the toilet and they're flushing it. They're giving him a swirly because most people point the finger at Phil Spencer for all of the Microsoft and Xbox decisions that have been very poorly received. And he's been shouldering a lot of blame. I have to imagine that doesn't feel good, especially when there's a good chance some of those decisions weren't from the old noodle of Phil Spencer. It could have been calls made from elsewhere that maybe he didn't even agree with in the first place, but since he's the face of Xbox, the public would eat him alive for it. So I really do find it very understandable that he wants to step away from Xbox at this point in time and explore other aspects in his professional life outside of Microsoft. I'll quickly just dump my take in here. I also think a change in leadership at Xbox was warranted. Just look at how things have been going for Xbox for over a decade now. There's just been a huge problem with delivering games from so many of these studios that they have there, and things just haven't really been, the smoothest. So I do think there needed to be a leadership shakeup and, maybe a change in direction at the company. But I think the new captain of the kickball team here over at Xbox that they have chosen just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a gaming console whose biggest fucking problem is not having games. Now with Phil Spencer gone, and in his place steps Asha Sharma, who is currently the president at Microsoft's Core AI product, previously with Meta and previously with Instacart. No gaming background, but it seems like a strong focus on AI in her career recently. So now she's taken the Xbox Iron Throne, which is leaving a lot of people very skeptical, because why would you hire a CEO of a gaming company who has no experience with gaming? It's a really weird fit. Now, there is a message from Asha Sharma. There is a memo that went out where she tries to kind of get ahead of like the AI stuff. So the first part of her message is talking about, you know, how excited she is and thanking Phil and his leadership in the studios. And then she goes on to say, my first job is simple, understand what makes this work and protect it. That starts with 3 commitments. First, great games. Everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovate gameplay, and create excellence. And basically going on to say like how important great games are. Second, the return of Xbox. This is something Phil Spencer also said once or twice, if I remember correctly, and every time that this comes up, the return of Xbox, they make it sound like it's a fucking Jedi coming back, yet, unfortunately, it still hasn't arrived. It's taken the scenic route. But she's highlighting the importance of bringing back, you know, the former glory of Xbox with a recommitment to core Xbox fans and players that have invested with them for over 2 decades, celebrating the roots and renewed commitment. And then third, the future of play. We are witnessing the reinvention of play. That, to me, just feels like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo buzzword nonsense. I don't think there's a reinvention of play. People still just want to play good games. I don't think there's like a huge change in how they want to play those games. It's just a desire for games, which have been severely lacking with Xbox. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have. Iconic teams, characters, and worlds that people love, but we will not treat these works as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. So, there's some good and bad in there. That's great that they don't want to just take beloved IP and characters and milk them till the tits fall off. That's good news. But that last sentence about developing a shared platform and tools to empower developers and players to create and share their own stories gives me the same DNA that Roblox and Fortnite have kind of pitched about like AI to make your own games in their game, which isn't very exciting to me. But maybe it is to a lot of other players. I'm not really sure. And I don't really think that'd be like the best direction to go. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Okay. I mean, that sounds good, but I take it with a huge grain of salt considering it's coming from an executive who is extremely intertwined with AI. So I would be shocked if she actually does have this view of soulless AI slop being the enemy, considering her professional career for the last few years is all about AI in general. So I guess we'll wait and see there, but it'd be wonderful if the focus isn't on just farting out AI slop at Microsoft. That'd be great. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We've done this before, and I am here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me into this journey, Asha. Now, to me, a lot of that statement feels like hollow PR speak, where it's just standard PR drivel. You know, we've got to return to the roots. It's all about the players. We can't be succumbing to the dark side of AI slop or anything like that. Which, you know, it's hard to really be super enthusiastic considering this is a leader who, for the last few years, has been all about AI and profits and, you know, profits by any means necessary. Like, it's not an amazing, like, exciting fit for a gaming company to have a leader who has no experience in their professional career with gaming. That makes it feel like this is a decision that is solely about trying to find ways to squeeze profits out of the Xbox, as opposed to trying to find ways to actually return the Xbox to its former glory. Because I imagine if you were looking for a leader to slot into Xbox for a new era of amazing games to make it a powerful console player again, you would probably look for someone that actually has a passion for games itself. I don't know, but that's just my 2 cents, and perhaps I'm on fence for thinking that. Overall, it is just kind of hard to be excited about the future of Xbox, and I guess we'll see how it goes under this new leadership here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I love aliens, I love UFOs, you know I keep my finger on the pulse of anything related to extraterrestrial activity. I've even set up my own homemade tuning fork so that way I'll know if there's any big 3-titted alien babes that are cruising through. The thing is, I wasn't even going to bother talking about this latest batch of UFO files because they are just completely worthless. There was tremendous amounts of hubbub about declassifying these files. This is the truth. We're going to drag you kicking and screaming. You're not ready, but we're going to make sure you're ready. Swallow your vegetables anyway. Here it is. Cosmic beings, UFOs. And then what they actually declassified was just that. Nothing. Nothing is what they declassified. There is genuinely nothing interesting in there, yet they continued to hype and glaze it up. It's just trash. There's nothing even worth talking about. Yeah, there's the star shape entity thing, but that's really it. Everything else is stuff we've already seen a bit about, and others are just completely embarrassing. Why was it uninteresting? There was just nothing substantial is the problem. Just more bleh. I don't know, man, that artist rendition was pretty convincing. Oh. Actual site photo with FBI lab-rendered graphic overlay depicting corroborating eyewitness reports from September 2023 of an apparent ellipsoid bronze metallic object materializing out of a bright light in the sky. It's pretty thought-provoking. Also, if this is what FBI lab-rendered graphics look like in 2026, that's pretty insane. You gotta give them time to catch up, man. Technology's advancing quick. They're still on that GeoCities vibe. It takes time. That shit needs DLSS 5. It's from a game in the 90s. Is it? They just grabbed an image from a game? An old 90s game? So yeah, the alien files weren't anything super cool. Still nothing. It's still no pickles. Oh, I didn't even read the statements they said about it. This is unprecedented transparency in what the US government knows about UFOs, Hegseth said, adding, these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves. We can't handle this kind of truth, man. You gotta keep this under wraps. This is gonna cause a nationwide panic. He's right. Dagnabbit, he's right. From a game that was on 7 floppy disks split across them due to file size. This was probably very innovative for its time, if that's the case. Don't copy that floppy. Any day now, though, we'll get some really irrefutable, hard proof of extraterrestrial visitation. I'm telling you. See, look, they're even teasing it. There's more to come. Government saying new materials will be released on a rolling basis every few weeks as records are found, reviewed, and declassified. I am salivating. I can't wait to see the next batch. No, like I said, my dad thought that this was nothing. He texted me last night saying that it was a big nothing burger. Yeah, that was unprompted too. Usually he doesn't get the latest UFO drops, but last night I guess he was just seeing it somewhere and he texted me, said, the released UFO vids are a real nothing burger, exclamation, exclamation. What a joke, exclamation, exclamation. So he was pretty upset. He sounds so invested. Well, I mean, he is to a certain degree. He doesn't keep up with, the latest baloney dumps, like the fucking spheres, the goddamn flying colanders, and, little soccer balls in the sky that people go crazy over. He doesn't care about that shit. But when it comes to, file releases and stuff, he at least tries to stay on top of it and take a look, but
So far, he has not seen anything convincing. So he's not active in the UFO subreddit. He is not. He certainly doesn't like that very much. They're hiding the real UFO pictures like Bubble Bass hiding the pickles under his tongue. Brother, I've got bad news. I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. There is none. Like, I'm sure they have some, like, wacky files and stuff, because they had so many old-school weirdo projects, like the MK Ultra stuff. They also had all of these, like, astral projecting projects that they were doing, the CIA was conducting with, like, the psychics and stuff, which is why, like, a year ago you saw those articles about the declassified CIA documents confirming that there was giants on Mars. But if you actually look at it, what they were doing is they had these drug-induced maniacs go in, fucking blindfold them, and try and, like, guess cue cards that they were holding, and then they'd tell them stories about how they astral projected onto Mars and had conversations with giants. Like, you're not going to find anything, like, actually convincing when it gets declassified, because they did some fucking nut job shit in the CIA back in, like, the 60s and 70s. They were actually trying to do, like, Marvel X-Men stuff. And then they wrote about it as if it was, like, successful. So, like, ESP, mind readers, astral projectors, time travelers, they had all of these kind of wacky programs. They also killed a lot of people. Well, I mean, in the pursuit of mutants and superhumans, that's to be expected. The gay bomb, too. Oh, the gay bomb is a classic. The gay bomb actually is a classic. The thought being drop a bomb that would cause all the dudes to just start fucking each other and not fight anymore. The enemy is gay now. But they still shot at us. I do love that thinking, though, like that's gonna somehow be a really effective weapon. Like, let's just assume it works. Let's assume they did create the gay bomb. They deploy it. Now all the soldiers have sex. They all blow their load. Then they go right back to what they were doing before. So you bought yourself, like, a couple of minutes where they're fucking, and then what? It was a truly baffling proposal. Might backfire on your own army. Oh, can you imagine transporting the gay bomb, but it springs a leak? Then the plane crashes because everyone's fucking themselves ferociously. No! We made the whole plane gay! No, it's gay! Shit! The one thing we couldn't plan for! No! Yeah, it was interesting stuff, man, I'm telling you. Those declassified files and the ones that we keep getting have some really wacky projects the government looked into at the very least. Some actively pursued. Oh, point I was making, to tie it back to the alien stuff, I do not think they have anything like groundbreaking in regards to aliens. Like, I don't think there's alien bodies, alien weaponry, alien craft that they've ever recovered or anything like that. Surely they have, like, unexplainable aerial phenomena, like stuff that they've already declassified, like the tic-tac, that kind of stuff, which is interesting, but I don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think they have anything, like, that's gonna make you go, oh my god, aliens are real and they were here. Because I don't think aliens have ever been here. Because if they have, we would have never known about them. They're not going to get all the way here and fucking crash. That's not going to happen. The technology that they would need to get here, it would be unthinkable that it would somehow malfunction here. You can't even begin to understand and comprehend the technology that would be necessary for a different species to make it here. It defies our understanding of everything. But you can't debunk that tic-tac, can you? I can't. I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think it was aliens in their cruiser. Just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that that's the default correct answer. You can't tell me whether or not there's poop in my pants right now. There's no way. You can make a guess, but you don't know. What note was that? These pipes can hit the most rare of musical notes. And speaking of music, I got some music for your ears right now. I got a wonderful melody. You ever heard of AI?
Because man, do we have some great news on that front. AMC's getting experimental. They're putting their grubby little paws into the AI short films cookie jar, and they are going to be screening AI short films at select theaters before trailers, with potential plans to expand nationwide. Which is exactly what everyone's been begging for. Anyone who's been to the cinema over the last 2 years has probably heard this time and time again, man, I wish I could watch some AI-generated shorts before watching my movie. And finally they're delivering. Better late than never, I always say. Now, if I may be so bold, and far be it from me to question the galaxy brain smarties over there at the old AMC think tank, but what the fuck are you smoking? Like, this has got to be an actual, mythical crack pipe that they're passing around over there to think that this is a good idea. If you really wanted to ham-fist shorts into the cinema experience before a movie plays, why would you take the plunge with AI shorts to begin with? Something that is universally hated. The only people that like AI animated shorts are like actual single-digit smooth-brain worms that clap like seals at anything that makes noise. Like, this is so fucking stupid. If you're really hell-bent on bringing shorts into the theater before the movie plays, why not just play actual shorts created by real people and real talent? Like, it's not like shorts are a new thing. These have existed for as long as cameras have. So this isn't some brand new, unheard of thing only made possible thanks to the power of AI. They could have done this whenever they wanted to in the past. And they did dip their toes in occasionally with shorts that play before movies. But I just don't understand why now they want to make this big push for it. My speculation is they're probably getting paid oodles of clams for it, and every single industry is trying desperately to suckle from the titty of AI and anything even AI adjacent. That's my speculation. But I'd like to take this a step further and say that I think the idea of putting even more bloat before your movie plays is terrible. I feel like the people at AMC don't actually watch movies. They don't actually go to the theater and watch movies. I have timed every single experience I have had at the cinema for the last 2 years. So when I sit down, I time from the moment the trailers start to the moment the movie I paid for starts. And the average duration of trailers is 21 minutes, but it sometimes gets as high as 30 minutes. So you can wait up to 30 minutes after the posted time for your movie to finally see the movie. It turns what should be only like, 2.5 hour experience into an all-day fucking affair because you're just held hostage watching shit that you don't really care about seeing. And now they want to add even more to that. That blows my mind. That is so tone deaf and so out of touch. Now to give you a little more information here, it looks like the AI short that's going to be playing at select theaters is called Thanksgiving Day, an intergalactic tale about a bear and a platypus. And it just won Frame Forward AI Animated Film Festival. Very prestigious. That is coveted. People go their whole lives striving to achieve that accomplishment, being the best AI animated short at Frame Forward. And one of the prizes for winning here is a 2-week national theatrical run for it. And looking at what the experts have to say, this one is a must-watch. This short might be better than the movie that I'm paying tickets for. Thanksgiving Day is a masterclass in original storytelling, a wildly inventive journey that balances sharp satire with unexpected emotional payoff, proving that bold imagination with the tools of AI complement the future of animated filmmaking. That's according to Joel Rudman, president and head of studio for Moose. And then, of course, jurist Neil Paris from Google's 100 Zeros, whatever the fuck that is, what the hell? I feel like I just read an Xbox Live gamer tag. Said, Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative... Jesus, it made me dyslexic. Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative and funny short showcasing AI's ability to unlock imagination for animated storytelling. Thank God, it's fully unlocked now. Before, it was forbidden. You couldn't tell stories without AI. But, thankfully, those are prehistoric times now. That's ancient. Obsolete. Now, I decided to take a peek at Frame Forward's little trailer here, and I got to be blessed with a little bit of footage of Thanksgiving Day, and wow,
I gotta tell you, they're underselling how good it looks.
The future of filmmaking is unfolding now. Welcome to the Frame Forward AI Film Contest.
That's the future right there that you're staring down the pipe of, and the future is looking bright. I always find it fucking adorable that they say directed by or credited as a director for typing in the sentences to the AI generation tools. That is super cute. That's me calling myself a chef every time I make myself a bowl of cereal. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping on the AMC stuff for now because there's one other thing I want to talk about, and it's something Matt sent me. Apparently there is a big video going around about AI camera tools that are being used at like a coffee shop to track the efficiency of their workers as well as monitor behavior of the customers, which is finally some good news here and a positive implementation of AI because people are always demanding more Big Brother breathing down our necks. So this is great, so that way customers know that they are secure being constantly monitored by the eye in the sky, and employees can be happy knowing that the corporation is watching them every second of every day to ensure their productivity is high enough so that way they can train AI to replace them in the future. Now here's the clip that's apparently been going around. You can see Anna's got 20 cups over there, Elena 10 cups, and you also have the time that the customers have been there, I suppose, on their computers, fiddling around, sitting around. And the idea here is, from a corporation perspective, they can look at what employees are working real hard and no doubt reward them. You know, companies do love to do that. But on the flip side of that, unfortunately, you know, Olga over there's only got 3 cups. So maybe they're thinking about letting her go. Maybe they'll fire her because her cup efficiency isn't what it should be compared to someone like Anna, who's really putting her best foot forward here. Now, buckle your seatbelt because things get a little weird and wacky here. So it's referred to as Neurospot Barista Staff Control and Customer Monitoring Module, something like that. And when you look up Neurospot to try and get information on this technology, you find this, a speech therapy platform called Neurospot. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find this exact same video posted onto Reddit 2 years ago with people speculating that it's not real and it's actually just a bunch of baloney and it's more of like a conceptual piece, not like an actual tool that's being implemented or anything like that. But then when you go a step further, it was like the 3rd page of Google for me, I found this website. It's sparksnet.com/blog, Neurospot CCTV AI video analytics, turning surveillance into smart strategy. And this site it's peculiar. Something fishy is afoot here. So, when you read it, it's very clear that a lot of this feels ChatGPT generated, not legitimate. But then when you go down here for like how Neurospot works, brains behind the lens. At the center of Neurospot is video intelligence powered by AI. Here's what it can do. Facial recognition, not who came into the building, but real-time monitoring of attendance, VIP customer identification, or access control. Object and behavior detection, spot a weapon, detect suspicious loitering, alert on a fall, or identify someone entering a restricted area. Audio analytics, hearing a breaking glass or raised voice, Neurospot listens and alerts you. Predictive analysis, it doesn't just show you what's happening, it tells you what might happen next based on historical trends, actually doing like a fucking Minority Report thing there. Natural language interaction, want to ask, show me all incidents from last Tuesday between 2 to 4 p.m., Neurospot understands and responds. This is not a watch and wait tool, it's a proactive partner in your day-to-day operations. So basically, you get a fucking Tony Stark Jarvis. And then down here is where things, I think, go real cattywampus real quick. Neurospot is not just for big tech firms or high-security buildings, it's smart analytics catered to a wide range of industries. Hospitals. Track table occupancy in real time. Track table occupancy in real time? Like, what, in the cafeteria of a hospital? Okay, maybe. Monitor plate presentation and cleanliness. Again, that feels like it's not the most pressing concern when it comes to hospitals. I don't think you'd care that much to be checking the cameras looking for plate cleanliness in the hospital cafeteria. Analyze customer mood and football. Is that important in hospitals? The customer's mood and football? Also, let's assume that this is a big misunderstanding, a big typo. They meant to put this in the sports bar section for why people would want the NeuroSpot CCTV AI tool. How is it analyzing football? What is it analyzing? Is it going to give you like probability in order for you to help make educated polymarket gambling? Like, what do you mean it's analyzing football? I'm very confused on that. I truly can't understand what that could possibly be. And then, of course, they're pitching it in schools so you can track all of the kids. You can even detect bullying and unusual student behavior. Wow. Then back into healthcare, separate from hospitals. This is for patient activity, fall detection, PPE compliance, wait times, ensuring staff are following hygiene. You can use it in warehousing, banking, and retailing. So why are businesses devoted to NeuroSpot? Are they devoted to NeuroSpot? Because again, I was struggling to find any evidence of it even existing. I couldn't find anything to confirm that it was real. And this website is odd to begin with. From SparkNets, this whole thing just already doesn't even feel legit. This feels so shady. I don't understand. And like, I haven't fully navigated it, but products, when you click products, it doesn't work. When you go to blogs, it just takes you to like these generic garbage things about, helping people understand health better without replacing doctors, like how AI is, working in tandem with doctors. The whole thing just is so weird. About Us also doesn't work, which bodes really well. And then Home, which takes you to an innovative AI agency spiel that they dump on you here. I'm really skeptical if the NeuroSpot is actually a real thing, because I just don't really trust this, so I don't even think that what is in that video, what's presented in that video, is a real tool. Feels like it's just a fake piece, especially when you really stop to look at it. Why? Here, let me go full cam. Why would the tool have the squiggly lines to track customer and employee movement? That's fucking worthless, because if you're running this 24/7, at the end of the day, every day, the screen is going to be nothing but squiggly lines from all the people that have been moving around. You're not going to get any valuable data out of that in the first place. I just don't think it's real. But what I do know is real, and what I can find evidence on is, and this dates back like a decade from some of the stuff I was reading, some bigger corporations at like their warehouse spaces and such do have tools that they use to monitor employee productivity, I guess for the sake of trying to find who's, being productive enough and who needs to be fired for slacking, that kind of thing. We measure their productivity so that way we can always be firing the ones that don't live up to our standards. Doesn't everyone want to help corporation by being productive? This is for your own good, so now we have to track every single thing you do. Couldn't help but notice through our tools that your heart rate never exceeded 120 BPM. That demonstrates a lack of enthusiasm and excitement. It seems like this job's not stimulating enough for you. Take a hike. You fucking scram. Get out of here. So, I do find evidence that some companies have tools to monitor employee behavior. I haven't found evidence that it's these tools, the NeuroSpot and what we see there. But I also am 100% certain that companies will be looking to integrate AI into their monitoring to collect data on customers and to track their employees and to train AI off of their employees so that way they can replace them with AI to save them money on their bottom line long term. That I know is coming if it's not here already. I just am not convinced that it's the NeuroSpot. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that a little bit as well since Matt put it on my radar. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel gave up. They threw in the towel and just said whoops-a-daisy. I think they noticed the plummeting stock price and tried to throw the parachute on last minute here to try and save it. And actually, it is working. Their stock is rebounding after they've announced they're just going to go back to the old branding and everything, which is definitely the right call because the new logo is just more of that minimalist corpo dog shit, just personality-less, sterile, chrome garbage. I use chrome in the way that it was used in SpongeBob, how everything's chrome. Well, when it comes to marketing, there's been a huge push over the last few years to do everything as simply as possible and take all of the creativity and soul out of like a brand identity. I don't understand it at all, just boiling everything down to plain text. And for Cracker Barrel, it's even more incomprehensible because their old logo was kind of iconic, and the entire reason people even go to Cracker Barrel is for the sake of nostalgia, to go to something that reminds them of being a kid and driving across the country to old Meemaw's house. Like, and you get like that whole blast from the past at Cracker Barrel. And now this whole new marketing campaign was about how they're modernizing it and changing it. Like, it's super stupid. Obviously, the people that are going to Cracker Barrel probably weren't going to respond well to it. And even people that don't go there weren't going to respond well to it because no one likes to see this fucking direction that companies take now. It was a lose-lose situation across the board. I don't know how they thought they could squeak a fucking W out from their butt cheeks here with this one. And now, after everything was going tits up for them, they've just desperately said, alright, you win. We're going back to the old logo, and we're not going to be making these sweeping changes. Their original statement after the backlash was that it was a vocal minority that didn't like it, so they tried the denial approach and drank a delusion smoothie. It wasn't saving them, so now they're trying to snap back to reality and trying to paint this as like a good thing, like, we listen to you guys. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away. Our old timer will remain. It's like the end of a fucking MCU movie. Old timer will return. So now they're like, okay, I guess it wasn't a vocal minority. So we're gonna listen to you guys, because if we don't, I think we're gonna be ending up with our ass in the air getting fucked in the stock market. This now puts Cracker Barrel in an exclusive club of companies whose marketing was so bad they had to just pull the plug, get it off life support ASAP, and go backwards. This includes Coke, like with their new Coke push, an infamous marketing blunder. Also, HBO Max, where they changed to Max, but then eventually back to HBO Max. Again, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. I really don't know what kind of scam is being run from marketing agencies on these big companies, but all power to them. They must be making so much money through coming up with the most simple, stupid ideas ever that any sensible person with half a brain would hear and be like, yeah, it's a bad idea. But somehow these marketing drones are able to convince these like fucking billionaires and like these super high upper echelon people on the food chain of massive corporations that they should completely redo everything and ruin their brand image because somehow that will make it fresh. I don't know how it's working for them. Well, I mean, it's not working for the companies, but it's working for the marketing agencies of convincing them that they need to be giving them hand over fist amount of money to do these awful changes. Again, these are changes anybody, like even someone at like a fucking elementary school would probably hear this and be like, why would Cracker Barrel do that? I don't like that. Actually, any human being would hear these changes and just they'd naturally ask the question, why? But somehow these companies don't. Like, let's talk HBO Max. You have your marketing firm that's doing all the levers and pulleys on the doodads and whatever to try and help your company grow there with the streaming platform. And then one of them says, let's change the name from HBO Max, a name everyone knows and recognizes, to just Max. Does no one ask why? Like, why would you not just follow that up with a simple question, like a simple inquiry saying, but why? Because there's nothing to gain from that. You actually gain nothing. All you do is lose people that don't know what Max is now on their fucking TVs. Like, oh, what is this program here, Max? What'd you download here? Is this some kind of porn platform? What is this garbage? Get this out of here. Like, you just lose the entire identity of it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Especially in Cracker Barrel's case. They lost like $100 million overnight, and I have to wonder how much they paid for this huge rebrand and this huge push. The whole idea of Cracker Barrel is nostalgia. And this new push was about getting rid of the nostalgia. You've done it. The marketing execs, they really do get it. Like, these guys, they've got their finger on the pulse of what the people actually want. It's like every single marketing push from these companies is about, like, how they can completely change things and then try and, like, hypnotize people into thinking that this is a good thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna hate this, but you gotta take your medicine. You gotta swallow the pill. We know you better than you know you, and this is what you want. So it's what we're giving you. Yep. And it didn't go over well. I'm actually very surprised that they shifted course so quickly. I thought for sure they were going to ride this for a little while here and just try and brute force it. But it must have been so bad for them internally that they're like, okay, just fucking abandon it. Please, God, we have to save this now. I thought for sure they were going to stick to it for a little while to, test the waters, dip their tootsies in there before, fully cannonballing back into the pool of regret and, reverting everything. I thought they were going to stick the course, because most companies do. When they spend this amount of money on this kind of push, it's very hard for them to admit fault and go backwards. So I thought they were just going to go for, brute forcing it through, okay, just hunker down, plant our feet, lat spread, and yeah, we might lose a little bit in the short term, but what about the potential long-term gains, which are always non-existent in a change like this? It's not like there was a huge flood of people that were like, okay, now I can't wait to try Cracker Barrel. Now that it's gone fully minimalist and is now just another generic sterile restaurant, I can't wait to get my teeth in there and chomp on those meals. That doesn't exist. There was never that group of people. All it does, again, is just kick out the customers that went for a specific purpose of that old-timey feel. But these companies don't seem to know that when they make these changes. So I thought for sure they were just going to try and get that imaginary group of people into the door, but they didn't. And they made the right call by abandoning it this quickly. It should have never even been something that had been greenlit in the first place, but at least they did act pretty quickly in reverting everything. Definitely was the right call to do that. They should have never even got this far in the first place. Maybe this will be a lesson going forward that maybe a lot of those marketing agencies you're paying the big bucks to don't really know a fucking thing about what they're doing or what people are looking for out of your brand. I mean, I know that's kind of blasphemous to say in the corporate world, but maybe it's just a little food for thought. Oh, also, one more thing I wanted to mention. In the midst of all the Cracker Barrel hoopla, I saw some reports from employees claiming that they don't actually make the food at Cracker Barrel fresh. It's not all made from scratch at some of the restaurants, which, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me per se, because a lot of companies make these claims about how fresh the food is. We make it here. In fact, we got all the animals in the back and we go slaughter them there and make it so fucking fresh you wouldn't believe it. And it's yeah, that's probably not true. In Cracker Barrel's case, though, that was a core component to their pitch on their cuisine. So if that is true, that's a damn shame. Like I said, I've never really had a problem with Cracker Barrel food. I've always enjoyed it. Every time I've gone there, it's been good eating. I've never been disappointed or anything. But one of their big things of the new marketing push was improving the food. So I don't know if that means that now they really are going to commit to making it all fresh from scratch at the locations or what. But I don't think all of this is going to lead to more customers going to Cracker Barrel, a new wave of enthusiasts going there. They listened, I can't wait to commit to eating at Cracker Barrel 3 times a week with my family. I don't see that happening. I think this will just be everyone going back to not eating at Cracker Barrel unless they're really feeling nostalgic or if it's something that's just really convenient on a road trip or something. I don't see this being a huge eruption of popularity for the brand or anything, even though it did get their name out there in a big way, and I'm sure there are people that are happy that they did go back and listen to the feedback. Granted, that's not what they did. They weren't listening to the feedback. They just noticed that they were fucking floundering in the stock market. They were losing so much money. But regardless, there are people happy that they at least did go backwards, and they might try it once or twice. I just don't see it leading to long-term explosive growth of Cracker Barrel or anything like that. Even though it is rebounding with its stock, I don't think anything's going to really change for this company going forward. Though I did mention that one of their changes in this new push that they've now abandoned that I actually thought was a really good idea that they should definitely still go through with is changing their chairs. Those chairs, they do not feel good on the old tuchus after a little while. I think changing out the chairs was a actual good idea. That is a banger. They should definitely still do that. Get rid of everything else they were proposing, except that. Get new chairs. Get some real comfortable chairs to sit on. Because those seats they got there, yucky. They are just not comfortable. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about Cracker Barrel. That's really about it. See ya.